that because I had read Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain, and I had recently met the authors of that, Ostrander and Schroeder. My father was a famous publisher in New York, and I met the two authors of that book at his birthday party. So I had
who produced that.
My movie, and I
Greetings and welcome to the Richard Dolan Show, where every week we fight the good fight. I am extremely pleased to have as my guest a gentleman who probably, I don't know how he feels about being called a legend, but I think it's fair to say this is Russell Targ. I've been honored to know Russell for a number of years, but this is a gentleman who is one of the co-founders of the very famous remote viewing program at Stanford Research Institute back in the 1970s. He's also a pioneer in laser technology. He's written over 100 scientific papers on lasers and remote viewing, and I'm assuming a number of other things. He's 89 years old. I'm allowed to say that because I asked permission. And at this age, Russell has recently done a movie, and he's also written a new book, which is right here, Third Eye Spies. Great book, incidentally. Russell, it is a pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the show.
Happy to be here. Third Eye Spies is also the name of my movie, and I went to the trouble to finance the movie because I got the agreement from two of our sponsors at the CIA, Ken Kress and the famous Kit Green. They agreed to be on camera and say, yes, we were there with Russell. The things that he claimed actually occurred, and they were useful to the program. So it's very hard to get the CIA to testify to anything. So I thought, because I had these two top CIA guys that I worked with for a decade, got them on camera saying, yes, it all happened, I thought it was worth making the film.
Well, I fully agree. My wife, Tracy, and I watched Third Eye Spies when it came out a couple of years ago, actually I'm thinking 3 or 4 years ago. And I would say that's probably the single best documentary treatment around there on remote viewing. It's a great movie. I would recommend it to anyone who's interested in the subject. You get into a lot of interesting history of the SRI program, and I would say quite a bit more. It's very interesting.
And people are still looking at it.
That was Lance Mungia who produced that. And in fact, I think I interviewed Lance on this program when that movie came out as well. He was very interesting man.
Yeah, a very thoughtful, intelligent guy. The producer. He was a producer, director, photographer. He did a hell of a lot of work on that film.
He sure did. So I'm wondering, you've talked about your involvement in SRI and remote viewing countless times. I don't know if you've always spoken about the connection with Dr. Wernher von Braun. You probably have, but I wonder if we can discuss that here. I know that's a significant, and I don't think it's something that many people who have studied remote viewing, or at least peripherally, realize that Wernher von Braun, the famous rocket scientist, was important to you in helping you move forward in what eventually became remote viewing. Is that right?
Yeah, he was a key guy, and I never mentioned him until I wrote this book, because I got interested in Jung's writing. Jung writes about synchronicity and paranormal phenomena. Synchronistic phenomena are phenomena that occur near one another in time, but they're not actually causally related, but they cause something to happen. And I had a string of events like that that really blew me away when I realized what had happened. I was getting ready to, here we are in 1972. I just built a very powerful laser, 1,000-watt carbon dioxide laser, and I'm getting ready to leave Sylvania and go and do the work that I'd always wanted to do. My life's work was create an ESP laboratory, of which there was none at that time. But I had that idea, so I'm going to leave SRI. and try and get some dough. But a friend of mine, Jean Millet, invited me to go to Esalen with her and help set up a brainwave synchronization experiment. I was the tech person there, and I helped her do that. And at SRI, at Esalen Institute in Big Sur, I met Mike Murphy, who I didn't know before. I'd never been to Esalen. And I met Mike Murphy, a very amiable Buddhist. We had a lot to chat about. And he liked the talk that I gave at that time about Soviet and American research in parapsychology. And I knew a little bit about that because I had read Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain. And I had recently met the authors of that, Ostrander and Schroeder. My father was a famous publisher in New York, and I met the two authors of that book at his birthday party. So I had the inside story on Psychic Discoveries. And Mike liked the talk that I gave, and that was Sunday. Monday morning, Mike Murphy called me and said, I'm sick of the dog. I don't know what to do. I'm supposed to give a lecture at Grace Cathedral very much on what you're talking about, Soviet American research in parapsychology. Could you give your talk for me at Grace Cathedral? And I said, I could do that. I'll just get on the train and take the train into San Francisco, no problem. And I did that. I found Grace Cathedral, took a cab, gave my talk. We had a big turnout, of course. They're all looking for Mike Murphy, Soviet and American stuff. And people liked my talk. And at the end of the talk, a man in a nice suit walked up to me and said, my name is Art Reitz. I'm the director of new products at NASA, and I'm giving a conference on speculative technology next week at St. Simon's Island. Would you like to come? We have a lot of famous scientists there. If you could come, you could just give the talk you gave now. I think people would find that very interesting. So Mike got sick. Art Reitz happened to see a talk on ESP and Soviet work on a sign outside Grace Cathedral. So he just dropped in, and there I was. He liked my talk, and I went to St. Simon's Island. And because I'm looking to start a program, I'm always busy hustling, whatever it is. I had my ESP teaching machine with me. There's a 4-choice electronic gadget that gives you feedback and reinforcement when you get the right answer.
In 1972.
That was very early.
Wow.
I integrated circuits right on the top of it, but this thing all worked. And the customer who really liked it was Werner von Braun. He was there. He liked the idea. He said, I've always been interested in psychic abilities. My grandmother and I were very psychic together, which nobody ever knew. And he really blew the pants off my machine. He just rang the bell, ding, 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 drew a crowd. And he said, well, what do you want to do with this thing? And I said, well, I brought it here because I'm looking for NASA support. I've built lasers for NASA. They know who I was. And we had NASA had a near tragedy 3 years ago. Apollo 13 blew up and almost crashed because of a parts failure on board. And I have the idea that astronauts could get in touch psychically with the insides of their spacecraft and learn that something might be going wrong. And I just made that up. I knew about the Apollo 13 near crash, and von Braun knew about it intimately. So he said, well, let's go talk to the administrator. That's Jim Fletcher, top guy at NASA. And he said,
can I interrupt you? I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you. Are you saying you told Werner von Braun in 1972 that you thought there might be a way to have the astronauts psychically to detect if there was a problem on the spacecraft, or did I misunderstand that?
That's what I told him.
You told that to Wernher von Braun.
There's an old story in the Asimov story called Foundation, and the brilliant man who's a semanticist who said, just remember, nothing has to be true, a thing just has to sound true.
I just would love to have a time machine myself to go back and see that moment where you tell that to von Braun.
So I told that to von Braun, and I had enough true pieces in that. I mean, there was a near crash. I did have a gadget here. If you were a psychic, you could avoid crashing your spacecraft. So he took me to meet the director of NASA, Jim Fletcher, and said, Targ wants some money here to teach astronauts how to be psychic to avoid crashes. And he only wants $80K. Do you think we could get him some money? And Fletcher said, well, where do you work? He said, well, I'm just leaving Sylvania. He said, well, you got to find a real place to work. And at that moment, astronaut, who's our favorite astronaut?
Well, of the Apollo mission, there's Edgar Mitchell,
Edgar Mitchell came walking by and said, I overheard your conversation. I'm just working for SRI now as a consultant. And I had coincidence number 6. Hal Puthoff had an article in the paper that week. He's giving a lecture at Stanford on Russian and American research. So I met Hal at a Stanford lecture, and I asked him, you're working at SRI. If I can get some dough, would you support my joining you at SRI? He was there as a laser scientist. And he said, yeah, well, SRI is like a farmer's market. If you can bring in some money, we'll give you a place to put your wheelbarrow. And as a result of this meeting, earlier in the week with Hal and Edgar Mitchell's walking by, we then, with Mitchell's help, had a chance to set up a meeting with Edgar Mitchell, Art Reitz, who invited me to the conference, and Charlie Anderson, who's the president of SRI. And the 5 of us got together because Mitchell could vouch for the fact that NASA's offering me money. And based on that collection of events, SRI offered me a job, and I began to work at SRI the following month. And that's how the program got started.
Wow.
If Mike Mercury had not gotten sick, there would have been no program. If Art Reitz hadn't gone to my lecture, there'd have been no program. So that's what you call a collection of. Jung wrote several books, one of them called Synchronicity and the Paranormal. So he had about 8 synchronous unrelated events
that had to happen for the SRI remote viewing program to begin.
That's what I had to run into. Our favorite Nazi,
von Braun,
who was also a secret ESP researcher. I discovered that von Braun was a ESP fan and quite psychic, which he never told. Nobody knows that. This is the first time anybody ever knows that von Braun was a closet psychic.
Well, we all knew he was a closeted UFO believer. There are many von Braun stories about that, but it's true. The psychic part of it, I was not aware of that at all. I don't know if anyone else knew. So that's a nice little tidbit.
So we had a handshake with NASA. $80K, not very much, is enough. In 1972, it's enough to start a program. CIA was interested in the fact that we were working with Uri Geller. So we had a NASA program and a CIA program. CIA gave us lots of operational things to do. There's finding, we had to find an American hostage that was taken by the Iranian so-called students. And we located the guy and found that he was in very bad health. This was the
Now, when was this though?
1972.
72. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all right. So the American representative to Iran was one of the people who was taken hostage, and we were able to describe that his health was very bad, but he was going to be released. We had a psychic who was able to tell the health of that guy just by holding a picture in an envelope, and he was released a few days later because of it. He had multiple sclerosis and was sent home. So we had a lot of surprising operational things
Now,
to do.
Was this before you guys brought on Ingo Swann?
No, Ingo was on at the very beginning. Ingo invented remote viewing.
Yeah, so here's Ingo. And
So
he features nicely in your book.
Yes, he did a lot of psychic things for us. He did not do any operational things for us. Keith Harari, a lifetime psychic and out-of-body practitioner, is the one who described the health of this poor American ambassador.
Aha. Okay, yes. Well, I think...
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just referring to your book, which goes into a very nice history, in fact, of some of the highlights of the SRI program itself. And you have a chapter on Ingo. When I was reading through your book, one thing that strikes me, as it always does whenever I think about remote viewing ever, is that from a conventional physics point of view, it just doesn't make sense. I don't understand how it's possible that a human being can perceive something across distance or across time. And I'm sure we'll get into that. But with Ingo, who I had the pleasure to meet on one occasion 20 years ago, it was quite interesting for me. But Ingo was fascinating because this man remote viewed Jupiter before we got our first satellite out there and detected roughly, I think, a dozen features of the planet, including the existence of a planetary ring, which was not suspected until our satellite got there.
I was with him when he did that. He was in my office, and it was a NASA contract monitor who said, we're about to send a spacecraft to Jupiter, number 2, whatever it was. And he said, could you take a look at that and see if we'll find anything that we haven't seen before? And he took out a pencil, Ingo took out a pencil and paper and drew the picture here. In particular, he drew at the bottom of that rings around Jupiter, which were unknown at the time. And the contract monitor, Art Reitz, who was with us, said, are you thinking of Saturn? Saturn is the one with the rings. And Ingo said, well, I've been looking at the solar system my entire life. You got to believe me, I can tell the difference between Jupiter and Saturn. And
definitely had an edge.
And indeed, 7 months later, we have pictures back from Jupiter. And what's interesting is that Jupiter is 40 light minutes away from Earth. But it took Ingo no time at all to close his eyes and experience what's on Jupiter. He just closed his eyes and was able to say, oh yeah, I see Jupiter, there's this large ring around it that nobody's ever seen before. And that took him no time. So it's one of the things that,
faster than light.
That's right. That's one of the things that physicists are worried about. The idea, physicists don't like the idea of using quantum effects to send messages. Einstein talked about the paper by Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen talk about spooky connection at a distance. And what's spooky about it is that you get connection at a distance faster than the speed of light. And that's a absolute no, forbidden in quantum mechanics. You can't do that. But we know for a fact that you can do that. In fact, we know that not only can you see things faster than the speed of light, you can see things in the future. And the evidence for precognition is as strong as any evidence for any phenomena in the remote viewing repertoire.
I find the whole evidence for precognition, which I know we're going to talk about, but I agree, it's one of the most, it's fascinating and a little bit unsettling at the same time for me, because it really makes me wonder if a person is able to perceive something that has not yet happened and they do it accurately. What is that saying really about the whole fabric of our reality and causality and free will and all of these other things? I don't know if anyone has an answer to that, but it
shows without a doubt that you're able to experience the future. And we have a number of experiments that we've done where people have been able to close their mind and close their eyes and experience what was happening in the future.
I'm not saying we can't do it, but what does that mean about all of the decisions we make in our lives? Like, is this just all mapped out for us? Was your life mapped out for you the moment you were born, or even before that? Have you wondered this?
Well, the question of free will is, of course, an unsettled problem.
Yeah.
Luckily, as a physicist, I don't have to solve that problem. I'm interested in the data, and what we know is that in a variety of different ways, we're able to look into the future. One way of looking into the future, Ingo was able to describe the clouds, the things on Jupiter, the rings around Jupiter, which are 40 light minutes away. And from a physics point of view, that's in the future. That is, there's no way you could get that information, because that's a faster than light communication. And what we did at some length is we did a formal experiment, as you know. So probably the experiment, I left SRI in 1980, but the most famous experiment that we did was forecasting changes in the silver commodity market. So each Friday for 9 weeks, we would have Keith Ferrari sit with me at my coffee table at home, and I would tell him the broker has an object that he's going to give you next Friday, and I'll put it in your hand. I want you to quiet your mind and simply describe what I'm going to put in your hand next Friday. We're not talking about silver. We're not talking about forecasting. We both know that the broker has 4 different objects, one of which will be chosen by the market going up a lot, down a lot, up a little, or down a little. So it's going to be chosen randomly by the market. But we don't want to talk about that. All we want to talk about is the fact that I'm going to put something interesting in your hand. Tell me what you experience. And we did that 9 times in a row, 9 weeks in a row. And he did that correctly, chose the correct one of 4 all 9 times. And the broker used that data 7 times in a row to forecast changes in the market. Two of the forecasts that Harari made were so outlandish that the broker said, I'm going to have to pass on that, because I'm spending money here from our philanthropist who's supporting the program, and I can't tell him that I'm dropping $40,000 into the silver market against the Hunt brothers who are buying, and your forecaster wants us to sell. I can't do that. So we missed two of them. We could have had 9 in a row correct investments. So, but we had 7 in a row. We had no errors at all. And our 7 investments were all correct. And we made $250,000 at the end of the year in 1972. So there's really no doubt that the future can be told.
Can we just explain to listeners or viewers, not everyone knows exactly how the process of remote viewing even works. When I first started learning about it, I have to be honest and say I was shocked at how remote viewing is done. I guess I'm used to it now, but basically, tell me if I'm wrong here. If I'm your remote viewer and you're giving me a target, you're basically going to give me maybe like a sealed envelope with the target inside. Is that fair?
That's one of the possibilities.
One way. That's one way.
You have a picture that I drew of an island airport.
Yeah,
that's a nice example.
So let's go. This is your remote view. So you, a mere scientist, not a remote viewer, drew. Can you tell the story of this, please?
You know, we were doing series of experiments with Pat Price. We had already worked with Price, and he described a Soviet weapons factory, which we'll certainly get to describe. And that was so accurately done. He described the weapons factory and what they were building in the weapons factory. And the CIA was so excited that they wanted him to come to Washington to be an in-house psychic for the CIA. And he agreed to do that. In making the film, I discovered that they really wanted to get Pat Price away from me because they felt that I was too much of a believer, is what Ken Kress said on camera, because he said I'm too much of a believer. And I said, well, you mean that I think that ESP is real? What do you think we're doing this whole decade? And he said, well, we're not sure. You may not be discriminating enough. So they take Pat Price away. And the last trial series we did with Price, there's nothing in it. I want to get away from the idea that there's an envelope.
Okay.
We're going to do 5 trials. Hal Puthoff is finally on vacation, my colleague. He got a free trip to South America, and I had no idea where he was going or where he was. And each day of that week, I would sit in our electrically shielded room with Pat, and I would say, okay, here's our coffee. Here's something to write on. Hal is someplace in South America. I have no idea where he could be. He could be anywhere at all on the continent of South America. I don't know where he is. I want you to quiet your mind and tell me what interesting images come into your awareness. See, I do not say, where do you think he is? Because that's a way of extinguishing psychic ability, because that's an analytical question, and he has no way of knowing whether he's in Colombia or in Ecuador or in Chile or Santiago. There's no way of, I'm trying to get away from any possibility of guessing.
Right.
I just tell what he is someplace interesting. And one day Price described a harbor. I see a boats in a harbor. One day he said, I see a cathedral. Another day he said, I see a market. And then on day 4, he didn't show up. So I'm sitting in this little telephone booth covered with screen, which shields out electricity. But the psychics like that. And we did it so that Uri Geller could not receive electric signals from his friend Andrija Puharich. This is a anti-signaling cage we built, and it turned out that the psychics like being in the shielded room. It's something we learned. So on the last day, I said, well, this is trial 5. Pat doesn't seem to be here, so I'm all queued up here. And so there's a remote viewing with Russ Targ and Pat Price. Pat's not here, so I will make a drawing of what I see. And I see something that looks like an airport. I see ocean at the end of the runway. I see sand on the right, grass next to the airport, and an airport building on the left. Now, that violates what we're supposed to do in remote viewing. If somebody said to me, it looks to me like an island airport, I would say, don't guess at what it is. Just tell me what you're experiencing.
Right.
But I'm sitting here and I see this crystal clear image, and to the best of my ability, which is obviously not very great, I drew an airport with sand and grass, with sand and grass and the ocean at the end of the runway, and a airport building on the left. So that's what I did.
Can I show the image now?
That was like a 5-minute remote viewing.
5 minutes. I'm going to show the original. This is what
This is where it was.
Yeah. So where is this? This is not the best reproduction. I took this out of your book. I probably could have done a better job of it, but he was at the San Andreas Airport in Colombia.
Yeah. So you see the grass and sand on the right, there's an airport building on the left, and you might be able to see that there's ocean at the end of the runway, the far end of the runway.
Yes.
There's actually water on the near end of the runway anyway.
Yeah.
But my feedback picture greatly resembled what I drew. So.
Was that your first remote view, by the way?
That was my first remote viewing in the program. I've had a lot of psychic experiences and psychic dreams. Before I got into remote viewing as a research person. As a high school student, I was very interested in magic and did all sorts of pretend mind reading on the stage. So a mixture of hypnosis, outright trickery where you substitute one picture for another.
Hey, right here. This is from your book.
That's right. This is where I spent as a 14-year-old, I spent my time in the basement of this amusement center where there's a magician doing magic on a card table, so I could stand right in front of him. My vision is very poor, as you know. So a chance of standing right in front, nose to nose to the magician. And then I could go upstairs in that building to the professional magic shop, which is D. Robbins and Holden's. And I could talk to the magicians and he could show me tricks. And I got to see the effect. The effect is he shows me a card, puts it down on the table, and it turns into something else. Does the effect. And if I really like that, he'll then sell me the trick. So I got a repertoire of professional magic hardware that I could use on stage for birthday parties and art openings and other things like that.
Not? I think it's actually great that you have that background in magic. I would have to think it's useful when you're dealing with skeptics, for example, who might say, the remote viewers are engaging in mere trickery or magic. But
that's
you
right.
Actually have I could almost say a professional background or a virtually professional background in magic.
It makes me discerning so that I'm not likely to be fooled. That
exactly.
Uri Geller bent some stuff for us, and I didn't like the circumstances. So I never would say that Uri Geller cheated, but he never bent anything under good conditions at SRI. He did do telepathy experiments under good conditions where we had a professional artist make maybe 50 sketches and put each one in an envelope, sealed, and then I would go to the office and they would give me a sealed envelope. I put the envelope in my jacket pocket and sit down in a neighboring room where Uri was sitting with the general manager, vice president of our division, and Geller would then make a drawing of what I had in my pocket.
Oh,
So I considered that pretty hardwired against trickery. This
indeed.
is a clairvoyant drawing. I couldn't nod yes or no if he's drawing the right thing.
I'm trying
And
to
he
recall
did.
if this was what you covered in the movie. I know you had some time with on Uri, and I cannot remember the specifics, but I do recall
I
thinking
think we drew
that's
some of
impressive.
we drew some of his good-looking drawings.
Yeah, yeah, he did
These,
some.
these are all
very
these are
cool-
all sketches. These are nothing like a airport on an island. If you draw a little car or a flower or a UFO or some other little sketch that you could draw on a 4x5 card,
I think it's important.
and he did that, and he did that excellently.
I'm glad you mentioned him. I'm no expert on the career of Uri Geller. I don't want to pretend that, but he has been subjected to such a vicious, decades-long assault on his credibility, and that always struck me as very, very motivated and not really fair. So I was
Well,
actually,
the magicians hate him because he's doing some of the things he does for real, which the
mhm.
magicians have to do by trickery.
Well, I can't think of a stronger endorsement of Uri Geller than what you just said there. So,
Yeah,
hey, I wonder if I could.
I'm quite convinced that he has unusual telepathic ability.
Yeah, it does seem like that to me, from my limited perspective. Can I ask you? We had a couple of other remote viewers and situations that I thought you might want to discuss. It's up to you, really. There's the Sugar Grove thing that Ingo Swann and Pat Price both did. And we may want to talk about Hella Hammett as well, if you're interested.
Well, Sugar Grove was a NSA listening facility. This was a very top secret NSA. This is a time when you couldn't even say the words NSA.
Right. And this is in West Virginia, I believe. Is that right? Sugar Grove, West Virginia.
Now, what happened here is Kit Green, who's a CIA top-level person and a physician, he said, I want to do my own experiment. So he went to his neighbor in the hallway and said, can you give me coordinates of anything that I could not possibly know? And his neighbor gave him coordinates of a log cabin that he built. And Kit gave those coordinates to Hal on the phone, and Hal gave them to Ingo and eventually to Pat Price.
Yeah.
And they drew this thing.
This is Ingo's drawing here.
This is Ingo's drawing. And we didn't know what it was. No, it's not a log cabin. So we sent this, and Pat Price took a look at it also. So some sort of military facility, but down in the basement there's a bunch of filing cabinets. It was the name of the place, which was not Sugar Grove, but some other thing. And he gave the correct name together with some operational things that were going on, like cue ball and 8-ball and rack up, which were program names. And Kit Green said, I don't know anything about that. I gave you coordinates of my friend's log cabin. So Pat said, well, you got to check that. So Kit took it over to NSA, and they immediately had a total temper tantrum, because what Price had done is enumerate the names of top secret active programs going on at NSA. This is even higher secrecy level than our president stole from the White House. These are top secret active programs. So that NSA came, we had a visit from NSA and from CIA. CIA was very interested because it showed that Pat Price and Ingo were able to penetrate the secret place. NSA was furious that we even identified this place, and they were not furious with us, but with Kip Green, who gave us the coordinates.
But what Kit Green gave was the coordinates of a log cabin. So how did Pat Price and Ingo come up with the NSA facility?
This is adjacent to the log cabin.
Exactly. Yeah.
These are in the hills of West Virginia. And just over the hill, in the film, we have him driving by Sugar Grove, and you see he drives by where the log cabin is and then pulls into the facility and waves his ID and is able to drive in. So this is
in your
this
book,
is like,
you had
go ahead.
You had a good quote by Pat Price about as to why he zoned in on Sugar Grove rather than the log cabin.
Oh yeah, one of the NSA guys asked, why did you describe our facility instead of the log cabin?
Yeah.
And Price said, well, in psychic space, the more attention you have on hiding something, the more it shines.
Yeah. I mean, the implications of that are pretty amazing, because I've heard you say elsewhere. You once said, you said to me a couple of years ago when you were on this program, you said there are no secrets. There are no secrets when it comes to this.
That's right. That scares the hell out of the government. I had a story I can tell you that no one has ever heard before. We wanted to go to the NSA, who's very good at keeping secrets, and Hal had an entree to NSA, and we went there and briefed them on what we wanted to do. And they said, well, we can't give, they said, we proposed that they should give us something in their very best code and wrap it up in
Can you guys hear me? Looks like you can. Chip, man, what happened to you, Chip? I thought you had my back. Miss, Mr. Somber, what's wrong with the audio? All right. No one's gonna tell me what's wrong with the audio. Come on, guys. I mean, if nothing's wrong with it, I'm just gonna keep playing it. So.
The envelope that you would use for transferring top secret material, and just send it to our security person at SRI. And they said, we're not going to let any top secret material out of here. So we said, well, I said, well, why don't you just, I wanted them to send us something in code wrapped up so it couldn't be seen.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't want to do that. And I said, well, wrap it up in tinfoil and send it to our security desk. And we will never open it at SRI. We will just look at the package you've sent us. You sent us package could look like a shoebox. We're not going to open it. We're not going to get feedback, and we'll do that and give it back to you. And they were so shocked at that. They said, don't ever come back and talk to us. We talked to Bobby Inman, who's the head of NSA at that time. And he said, don't ever come back with any such program. So they were concerned that if they even give us a message written in their code, wrapped up in tinfoil,
Mm-hmm.
in a shoebox that couldn't be opened, they were afraid that if we were able to describe that, it would so discredit the whole organization. They didn't want that to happen.
You made the NSA feel extremely vulnerable.
That's right. They knew what we had done with the CIA, and they were afraid that we would be successful, and they didn't want to. They were afraid that we would scare them.
I'm just going to say this here, and people can accuse me of playing a fanboy to you and Hal Puthoff, but I've really come to believe that the two of you deserve a Nobel Prize for the work that you did in establishing this area of remote viewing. And I firmly believe that in the future, there will be a broader and broader recognition of the pioneering work that the both of you did in opening up this area of human exploration, that is, of human consciousness and our capabilities. I may not, happen in your lifetimes, but I do believe that the recognition will just grow over the years. You both deserve the recognition.
Well, the paper we published in 1976, we published our first paper was in Nature, and it was very hard to get an ESP paper in Nature. Like this is the first one they ever published. And then we published a lengthy analytic paper in the Proceedings of the IEEE, in which we showed that you could do this under salt water, so that it was not an electromagnetic signal. Because we had use of a submarine and submerged it to 500 feet. so that no electric signal could. And we showed that the accuracy and reliability of remote viewing was independent of distance. You could see into the distance, and increasing the distance away from you does not make a problem. Similarly, you can look into the future, and looking into the future, at least over a few days or weeks, does not interfere with the ability. So people could see into the distance, see to the future, see through salt water, and we published all that. So it was a fairly coherent scientific presentation that we did of what you can do with remote viewing.
Yeah. I mean, it's extraordinary. I don't know if we'll have enough time to get into all of the other Pat Price remote views, or this lady, Hala Hamid, who I know you worked very closely with and who was an outstanding one. I'll just show this one remote view that you have in your book detailing, and she was.
This was Hala Hamid's very first drawing.
Yeah.
Ingo taught us remote viewing could work well if you have somebody you're looking for. It was never a picture in an envelope. We never did pictures in an envelope kind of thing. It was always you have a live person who's hiding somewhere, and this was her first trial. So we're sitting in a comfortable room, not a screen room. And I said, well, Hal is somewhere. What comes to mind? What do you experience? And she says, something is moving by very quickly. And I said, can you make a sketch of that? And she drew the little picture at the top. And I said, is there an overall shape you see? And she said, well, it's sort of squares within squares within squares. And she made the drawing at the bottom.
Yeah.
And the target was the pedestrian overpass. So we thought that was a formidable accomplishment that she did. This was her first ever remote viewing. And the
she's almost like proof that, I mean, she's obviously highly talented, but it almost seems like proof that anyone can do this. Would you agree?
That's right. Kit Green wanted us to find someone who had never done anything like remote viewing before. So we got, and Hella, I knew, was a amiable, very friendly person to work with. She said she had never done anything like that, but she thought it would really be hilarious to get money from the CIA to be a psychic at SRI. She said, I've done a lot of things in my life, but this would really be an outlier. So she did 9 trials, and her 9 trials were more significant than the Pat Price, who we thought was the most psychic person we ever worked with.
That's remarkable. And she just almost came out of nowhere.
That's right. She was a walk-in. She was a walk-in who promised us she had never had done this before.
That's extraordinary.
Now, the interviewer here does play a part. First of all, we set the stage with a task that can actually be done. That describing pictures in an envelope, pull the person's attention onto the envelope. And the interviewer, in this case, is aware that there's a real person that she knew, and he's at some place in the San Francisco Bay Area, could be anywhere at all. And I sort of lead her as an interviewer to describe surprising images that show up in her awareness. My job is to guide her away from guessing.
Yeah.
Guessing and imagination are the enemies of ESP. So I have to lead her away from the idea of guessing and making things up, and just looking for surprising elements in her imagination. And I'm evidently good at doing that particular thing. because I did almost all the interviewing for the program at SRI. I just sat in my sort of with the oracle sitting in my little office, and people would come by, and generally it was a government person who wanted to see something psychic. They say, I don't believe in this stuff. I say, well, you don't have to believe in it. If you just do what I tell you, we'll be able to describe where your friend is hiding. And I did that for a decade.
Yes. I recall you and I privately spoke a little bit about this not long ago. You had some pretty high level people. I gather
the Undersecretary of Defense came by, and we were proposing to the Army that we create a Army Psychic Corps, which we eventually did. That was a corps whose name was Stargate. And he said, I could support that if you show me something psychic, by which he meant, can you get Ingo to describe where somebody is hiding?
Yeah.
And I said, no, if I do that with Ingo or with Pat Price, you're going to think it's a trick. Instead, have your major go hide somewhere with Hal Puthoff, choose a hiding place from the stack we have in the department office. They'll issue you driving orders. We don't know what that is, of course. And you then describe what you experience with regard to where your major is located now, a half hour. And he did that very well indeed.
I'm trying to remember the name. I recall this, but I can't off the top of my head.
That was Walter LaBerge.
Thank you.
The Undersecretary of Defense.
People can look him up. He's got a Wikipedia listing. He can be found.
And he did very well. Described the circular brick fountain and pictures and stuff. Made a good drawing, matched our photograph. And he allowed us to create the program, which shows.
Yeah, quite fascinating. There's so much more to discuss. I wonder if we can close this with a little bit of talk about precognition. And you have one, well, I think you have many stories about that you could share, but I know there's one that you might want to share, and that has to do with this place here.
Yes.
But, do you want to tell that story?
Sure. I began to be aware that I'm having a lot of high quality precognitive dreams, and I don't write down my dreams, unfortunately, but my program is, if I have a very high quality dream that is free of wish fulfillment or anxiety, that I'm not dreaming about losing money in the market or making a fortune in the market or winning a Nobel Prize. I'm not dreaming about any wish fulfillment kind of thing, or bad luck, in fact, or finding a new girlfriend. If I have a dream that is sort of free of ordinary anxiety, but very sharp, very clear, they'll tell my wife about that.
Mm-hmm.
And recently, I was so sure that it was correct, I took her into my office and said, I'm going to show you a picture of a French impressionist. And I don't know what it is, but we pressed the key. My source of information generally is the New York Times. And I had this dream about a French impressionist. And I hit the key and it opened up the full page picture of Pablo Picasso. And that was to call in my wife, and basically this was a show-off demo, because I'd never done anything like that before. But in the instance that you have there, I dreamt about, I had not been at Esalen for a dozen years. Now this is where we would all get together in what's known as the big house. And this would be a meeting of people interested in ESP research, looking for the next thing to do. and I had a dream about going to Esalen, and as a semi-anxiety dream, I got to the creek that you have to cross to get to the big house, and I didn't have enough money to get into Esalen, which is quite expensive. And my wife said, well, if you want to go to Esalen, we can go to Esalen. It's not that expensive. And so that we laughed about that. And I then went to my desk with a cup of coffee, and I saw I had a letter from my friend Jeffrey Kripal, who's a professor at the University at Rice. And I opened the thing he sent me, and it turned out to be a film. I started rolling the film, and what I show here is the opening scene in the film, which is all the people sitting around at Esalen, including myself.
Yep.
So the thing I had the dream about was exactly the first thing I got to see in the morning on my screen. And to the best of my knowledge, no one had ever seen that picture before, because this is an opening frame from a movie that's never been released. So I had a dream that totally matches what I see in the film, and I have quite a number of these things which I won't show now. But my idea is that this is straight up precognition, that my waking mind gets to see this picture. My sleeping mind is in contact or entangled with my waking mind. So the way this works is that my sleeping mind and my waking mind are entangled. The waking mind gets to see the picture directly, and because the waking mind is entangled with the sleeping mind, the image gets to the sleeping mind. And since three guys just got a Nobel Prize for showing how well entanglement works, and I even know John Clauser, 1972, I visited him in Berkeley, where he had just finished his first experiment showing that photons that are born together remain entangled with another. You can send one of them out into the universe, and it'll remain entangled with the one that stayed home. So and this would be a case where the waking mind that goes out to see a picture on the screen is entangled with the sleeping mind of the same person that's still asleep a few hours earlier.
That's absolutely crazy, but I think it's probably true. I know Dean Radin wrote the book called Entangled Minds, and I remember listening to I think it was Michio Kaku say that, well, yes, entanglement is real, but not entanglement of minds. I think he actually argued against it, at least at that time. And his case was, well, it's too much. It's too much to expect all of these neurons to be connected to all of these others. You know, one electron or one photon or whatever with another particle, that's one thing. But he was saying minds, no, it's too much. But
well,
I don't
here's
think
the best
might argue with
example.
him.
Here's the best example of entangled minds. There's
Twin
a book called
telepathy.
Twin Telepathy
Yes.
by Guy Playfair. And he's an English researcher, and he gives a multitude of examples where something happens to one twin and the other twin suffers the consequences. He opens up this book with the death of a journalist in London who's shot dead on the corner of the street. And the story is told by the son of this journalist, who's in the living room with the twin brother of the guy who got killed. And they were just got ready to go to the theater. And they're standing there, and suddenly his uncle just falls to the floor as though they were afraid that he had a heart attack.
Yeah.
And a few minutes later, the phone rang. It was the police. Could you come and identify your brother? So this is a case where the brother is shot and the twin falls to the floor. So I would say that these guys are entangled. That this is an example of entangled minds, and this whole book, Twin Telepathy, is about events that happened to one twin, causing some misfortune to the other twin.
I fully believe this because I think it happened to me in my life. My father died in December of 2018, and when that happened, I was in the living room with Tracy, and I had a dim lights, ceiling lights, on a dim setting, and the lights suddenly began to go very bright, and then dim, and then bright, and then dim, and then bright. Tracy noticed it first. She said, "What's going on with those lights?" And I was angry because they had just been installed by a very professional contractor. And I remember getting up from the couch thinking, that shouldn't happen. Those lights were just installed. And I remember jamming the lights up and down a few times. 15 minutes later, my sister called me to tell me that our father had died 15 minutes earlier. The timing was exact. And there's no way that I will ever attribute that to coincidence. Those lights were rock solid before and after. It was the one time that they went haywire as they did. And I don't know if that was entanglement with me and my father, or if somehow my dad's spirit got into the wiring of my house. I don't know what it was, but I'm telling you that happened. And
that is not an uncommon event. When my daughter died, we were sitting on the porch, on the deck outside the room where she died, looking out across the San Francisco Bay Area. And we're sitting there at dusk, and suddenly the lights in the whole building is a three-story house. All the lights in the building went out. And we immediately, we're all psychically oriented people, including her husband, and we wondered if that was Elizabeth sending us a message, at which point the lights went off and then came on again.
Yes. Yeah, there's so much we do not understand about this reality that we find ourselves in. But you're exploring it. You've spent a lifetime exploring it, and the results and the stories that you've come up with are very, very worthwhile. I cannot recommend your book enough. I would like to see people buy this book, read it. It's worth it. It's a good read. It's not that long. It's a good short read. And also the same with the movie Third Eye Spies. And
this book is in a way homage to Ingo, because we have a lot of information from Ingo where he tells how to separate the psychic signal from the mental noise, which is a job that the interviewer has to do. That was my job, to sit in my little office and help the person not be guessing, but to describe the surprising images that come to view.
Yeah. Yes. Ingo Swann was a fascinating man, and you and Hal Puthoff and Pat Price, and we didn't mention Joe McMoneagle, but he's in there, and Hella Hammond. So many amazing psychics that you worked with over your time at SRI. It's fascinating, and I just think it's more than fascinating. It's important, and I do think the implications of what you've been searching all these years.
And I think that there would be a lot more. Certainly, the people you described that I worked with were stellar remote viewing performers, but I think that there are a lot more available who can come to the fore if they're working with somebody who is helping them in the right direction, and not asking them questions.
Well, perhaps if you're up for it in the future, we can come back and you can talk about a how-to, how anyone can engage in this. I know you've discussed this in the past, and I have a feeling people would enjoy hearing about that if you're up for it in the future.
All right. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you this afternoon.
Oh, it was my pleasure, Russell. I'm very glad to have you here, and I have no doubt that viewers and listeners have enjoyed this very much. It's been a pleasure to have you here. So
well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to thank the listeners who've been here for staying with us to the end. If you, let me ask you, Russell, if there's I don't even know if you're active with a website, or if you want people to reach you, is there a way that you have them do that, or?
Yeah, they can. I have a website. There's ESP Research, and they can write to me there.
I'll link to it below then, so you can find Russell that way. If any of you support what I do here on this channel, please become a subscriber. If you like what I do, feel free to like this video. It helps with the algorithm. You can always see what I'm doing at richarddolanmembers.com, where I tend to be quite active.
Where will this YouTube be found?
This is going to be on my channel, Richard Dolan Intelligent Disclosure. And when it's available, I'll gladly send you the link so you can watch us on the channel.
I'm happy to do that because I think we covered a lot of interesting territory.
I agree. So thank you, everyone, and I'll catch you all again very, very soon. Until then, let us keep fighting the good fight. Later.
Hey, what's up, gangsters? Get your ass up here. Do not have sexual relations with that woman.
Good morning, Logan.
Top of the morning, good sir. I just listened to that dude. I just listened to that whole video. It totally wasn't what I thought it was. You ever watch those YouTube videos and you're like, man, I hope he talks about like this or that, and like you keep waiting for it to happen and it never happens. They fool you. I feel like that happens to me a lot.
What's up? Just getting my first cup of coffee situated here. Yeah, a little groggy. I was enjoying listening to that. What's new with you this morning?
Nothing, man. I was just enjoying listening to that too, and it was well, I mean, I don't know. I was really like kind of annoyed actually. It's like, when are they gonna get to like because like see at the top there, it's like remote viewing secrets. And I thought they were gonna tell like he's gonna tell stories about like crazy like remote viewing experiences he had or anything like that, you know. But he just gave his whole bio pretty much, just his life history or whatever. It was kind of lame. I already knew all that stuff. I never got to the secrets.
Yeah, a bit of a clickbait title, I guess, like they all do.
Yeah. You're an early bird, aren't you? You always wake up early.
Yeah.
How you are naturally?
I don't know. I mean, I used to, like, when I played in bands and stuff, just be like a Nosferatu type, which is kind of fun. But I guess I'm still sort of on East Coast time, maybe is part of it. I mean, I've had plenty of time to acclimate. I think that's part of it. And I don't know. I like in the morning because no one messes with me, and I'm like, my brain is fresh. Not that it's fresh yet. Once I get some caffeine, it'll be fresh. So just stay tuned for that. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old or something, and I'm like a geriatric person that like wakes up early. No, it's probably not that. Why do I wake up so early? I think, it's been partially, now that I think of it, because of this entrepreneurial thing I'm working on. And my business partner, collaborator, friend, he's in a different time zone. And so it's like usually we have to like work either, get our stuff done or be able to communicate with each other collaboratively, like before he has to go to his office or after. And I guess after feels like too late for me to be like, functioning right, because like it's cool, he's giving me all this, he's teaching me all this AI stuff. He's like a real expert on that. He has a research and development firm that like makes all kinds of crazy projects I can tell you about. And he charges, I think, as I might have mentioned to you before, like around like 20 grand as a consultant to teach like different corporate types how to like use these tools. So when he's like teaching me stuff, I'm like, damn, I should probably pay attention to this. So I try to do it like not now, but like after coffee, for example, when my brain sort of seems to be most functional. And now just putting my kimono on, gonna walk downstairs, make a K-cup. Everything's gonna be splendid. This is my favorite way to wake up with sweet Logan. And we've got Alex to the right of me. I know he's not talking yet, but it's good to see him. And yeah, good times. Happy Sunday.
It's Sunday. Oh shit! Damn.
I know. I don't like Sunday. I have all these. Oh, okay, I'm not gonna be negative, but yeah, there are some like real life things that I put off until Sunday, because I don't want to do them, and I'll do that like I guess around midnight, maybe last minute.
That's technically Monday, I think.
I mean, 11 like 58 ish. Maybe I'll bang those things out. Yeah. I'm not. I don't know. I like doing what I like to do. And then the thing, I'm a total big baby. Like I don't like doing the things I'm not supposed to do, and I've sort of like I think my epistemology that I myself created, personal epistemology, kind of screwed me up that way. I got really into the just like living in the present tense, and it's not great for procrastination, I guess. Yeah.
Nah. Wait, hold on. Is that a good thing?
No, I mean I think I said that clearly. I need my coffee. My bad. It's really good for procrastination, but it's really bad if you want not to procrastinate.
Yeah. I feel like I'm a procrastinator, but I don't really feel like I'm procrastinating so much as I'm like I just take a long time to do things.
Tantric, I like that. Yeah, for me, just to be fair, yeah, I do that also, but I do it like when I think it's things that I like. It pays off usually. Actually, I can't. I don't know. I can do things accidentally really quickly if I like what I'm doing. So maybe I'm not agreeing. I need coffee. That's why I'm like disagreeing with myself so much because I'm like half my brain is just still sleeping clearly. But yeah, I do things that I like to do pretty relatively quickly, but I don't really think of them that way because I'm just in the moment. So it's not like the whole linearity thing. I've sort of like X'd out of my brain to probably too large of an extent, which I can tell you about. But yeah, in terms of things I don't want to do, unlike you, sorry, I'm not as involved. I just tend to just do them last minute. Yeah. And then I'll do them pretty quickly. I'll scramble.
Yeah, I fuck man, that's the thing about like having to like wait till like last minute. It's like I always feel like dude, I could have just easily like done this shit. And instead like I waited till like the last minute and then like now I can't even do it. I'm just gonna be fucked. And then I just like now I'm just like I'm so used to like just being fucked that I'm just like I'm just like I was like acclimated or like gotten used to just being fucked. So that's just kind of like the way it is.
Yeah, it's just the status quo. Yeah. And then I get into this whole idea of like, well, every moment is literally the same. Time is, more or less an illusion, how we participate in it. So yeah, it doesn't really lend itself well to procrastination. However, in my defense. This last since I've been like not like on Spaces as much, sadly, it's coincided with sort of like chapter 2 of my sort of personal epistemological journey, which I might have expressed some of it to you, and part of that involves this like intermittent fasting, and I do this Sisyphusian run up this mountain I live on, the small mountain that I live on almost every day, and I've been imposing these kind of external goals upon myself, which do break away from this eternal present tense kind of thing I've been experimenting with for maybe too many years, and have been, yeah. So I feel like if I'm going to have, to interact with this whole idea of, the arrow of time or whatever, at least make it my based on my own terms. And then I've been sort of gradually making those sort of forms of self-discipline more stringent and more kind of not punishing, but just, more intense. Like the intermittent fasting, it's been like a month and a half. And I would start off with just doing it like, oh, I'm going to fast like 1 hour extra, or, I'm going to have that window of time where I don't eat be 1 hour or half hour longer every day until I worked it all the way up to 24-hour fast that I would do like maybe once a month. So like, and I found that to feel really great, and it sort of made me feel psychologically good in terms of like, I don't know, I haven't really figured out how to like phrase this nicely if I were to be like a cult leader or something, but what it, just the sort of eloquent way of saying it, it's, it's better to sort of punish yourself than to let the world do it to you, I guess, which I still do also. But yeah, so, but I'm still working in terms of like philosophy and stuff, and how to reconcile the idea of the more kind of Buddhist perspective of, everything being the present tense, with the idea of having goals. Because, when you're having goals, like, I think it's okay if, like, I don't know, here I am speaking out loud without coffee, so it doesn't make much sense. But what I'm getting at is, like, I guess it's like, if you're gonna have goals, it's like a lesser of evils to have them be your own goals. And if you're gonna be quote unquote punished, if it's self-imposed, I feel like it's infinitely better than just being victimized by the world around you. And then I guess I feel like me putting in a couple like simple forms of self-discipline and layering them one at a time, it's at least a minimal approach with dealing with the idea of the future, maybe just setting one. I guess what it is maybe like not thinking so much of them as like plans of the future that I'm sort of perseverating or focusing on so much, but rather just, oh, here's a practice that I'm going to do as a form of discipline, and I'm going to rather quickly, I find, get it to the point where I'm not thinking about it at all. It's just sort of habit, or so I don't know. I should probably read about this so that I don't have to make it all up myself, but it's working pretty good so far.
Have you noticed that like your as like waking up early has like I don't know, maybe it doesn't seem early to your body because it's like on East Coast time maybe, but have you noticed that like your mood, or like you're like less depressed, or like you just feel better generally speaking, you know what I mean?
Good question. Yeah, I think, and I think all this like health initiative stuff has been helping, and it's been giving me at least the sensation of like controlling my mood and my health and a lot of different things better, which is good. In terms of like depression or not depression, like a lot of us, I do suffer some of that sometimes, and I feel like, at least in, everyone's different, right, with their biology. I think with me, it's just oftentimes will just largely be like a sort of biological thing that I can't control that much. I think all these things do help to some degree, but for me, I don't think I will be able to ever like just wipe out the possibility of like a depressive phase. I can certainly minimize it and maybe like push through it better. But but yeah, to answer your question, yeah, like the fasting has been really great. I have to limit the amount of black coffee I drink while I do it, because that's a lot on an empty stomach. But yeah, it's really, it makes me feel this sense of energy, and clarity and focus, especially when I sleep regularly and wake up kind of early. And I'm able to sit and just work, and it's just like a much. It's also a nice purification feeling, both in the body biological sense, but also, in the sort of spiritual sense, not, with quotes around it. Um, and I like, the fact that I'm imposing this upon myself on purpose, and not just being like this, creature of desire and consumption, that has very much been, we've been socialized to just stuff our faces and, stuff our minds and stuff our attention span. So trying to be more like a ninja, I guess, has made me feel more self-confident, and I've been a lot more productive too, I guess. And I'm less fat. So it's a win-win. Yeah. Nice to see you there, Pete. I was thinking over your last DM you sent. I gotta get coffee before I can properly wrap my head around it. But the quantum stuff is quite fascinating, and I like your scientific sort of approach to having experienced things like that.
Yeah, B's a legend. And sorry, man, I was trying to figure out I'm on my laptop, and I couldn't figure out which window was the Twitter window. It took me a second to find it. I got so many windows open.
Yeah, and they all look like tabs for like closing whatever this app is called now. So that's confusing too, I guess. Although, in all fairness, I do appreciate the concise nature of just having X be the name of this thing. I get it. It's not smart in a lot of ways, obviously, in terms of it seeming like pornography and all that. But I do like how you can just stick an X and then X this, X UFO, X whatever. So maybe there's some method to the madness.
Oh man, you want to hear this? Oh man, maybe this isn't. You want to? Why not? Some of that paranormal erotica. You ever hear some of that?
Yeah, through you specifically. Is this something that you've generated yourself?
It could be.
Yeah, man. I could be seduced by some alien erotica at this time. Thank you.
Who would you like to read it? I've got Joe Biden. I've got Alien Protocol's buddy. I've got Stephen Greer and Gary Nolan and Chupacabra and oh yeah, Linda Moulton Howe and Christopher Walken.
Those are good options. I'm kind of leaning towards Christopher Walken just because he has such a great, voice, and I think it would just be really, sexy. So, but what what about you? Do you have a preference?
I was actually gonna pick. If I would have picked, it would have been Christopher Walken too.
Awesome.
He's my newest one.
Is it Chat GPT or what is that your? Sorry, my ignorance. But what tool do you like for doing the voices?
The tool is it's called 11 Labs. I think it's called 11 Labs. Maybe I think that's right.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't messed with any of the voice stuff. I've just been mostly in the visual arts. Now I went from still images, which I've been very much enjoying, and now with my entrepreneurial thing, I'm trying to make this Kickstarter video. This is my first time trying to use various AI tools to make a video, and yeah, it's a lot of fun so far.
Well, how do you make this video?
Well, I'm no expert at this. Like I've just been working on it since yesterday a little bit, and it's called Runway, and I highly recommend it. It's like a prompt-based thing. Yeah,
I've used it.
Oh, cool.
Kind of. I mean, I went to the website and used it once to like make some videos about dancing with some ladyboys, but I don't know. It didn't really come out very great. Maybe it's better on the iPhone or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of trial and error, but it seems like a very it's very similar to like have you played with Midjourney? It's kind of like that. I mean, there's a lot of idiosyncrasies and things you got to kind of get used to, and I haven't been able to like achieve the results that I wanted, but I have been able to make some cool stuff so far that's been kind of useless.
Dude, that perfectly describes my Mid-Journey experience. Like, I've really never get any of the results that I want, and just like most of them are cool to look at or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's just useless for me anyway.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of, when I try to have my brain fresh, as per our previous conversation just now, like working early in the morning and getting these like tutorials from my businessy partner, compadre, because he really knows that stuff, being like a guy who actually makes these freaking like, models and stuff, which is like kind of blows my mind. But it's cool because I'd be using, I use some of the tools that he's worked on. But yeah, he knows how to do that stuff, and it's really gets pretty technical, and it's very iterative, as I'm sure you know. Like even if you are like a top prompting coding person at Midjourney and things like that, you still have to go through like just tons of iterations to get it right. Which is cool, and as we were talking about in MySpace the other day, like I don't know if you were there during that part, but in terms of like the question of at what point do you, like, as a quote unquote artist making AI quote unquote art, at what point are you saying, hey, this is my work of art, or at least partially my work of art, and sign the bottom or something, which I do, but and I feel like sometimes you should, because you put a hell of a lot of work into making it the way it is. But sometimes, though, you can't really tell the difference between that and someone just happening to put some combination of words together that turns out to be like a really cool picture, sort of accidentally. Yeah, and further, the mind fucking for the art maker as well as the art viewer is the idea that you can't really tell the difference, but also a lot of the times it will look better if you don't put much effort into it and just kind of luck into a quote unquote interesting work of quote unquote art, because it's less confused by all the different like conflicting messages and stuff that creates all the chaos. All right, I've got my coffee finally.
Man, I'm doing that thing where I talk on mute again. I don't know why I keep doing that. And I don't know how to say this person's name. Aruj. I keep bringing them up, but they don't come up for some reason.
Yeah, I say Aruj also. I know Aruj, and I've been trying to bring her up also. I think she has a bad connection. Aruj, if you can hear us.
Oh yeah, what is she? Or she's from like the Middle East or something?
Yeah, Aruj from Pakistan. Yeah.
Like I was surprised, like how cute the girls are over there. Like I don't know why. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, I guess. But like a Wonder Woman's from like over there. You know what I mean? Like that Gal Gadot or whatever.
I think she's from Israel, maybe, but whatever, same idea.
Is
yeah. Well, she's Israeli. I don't know where she's from initially, so that maybe she's from. But yeah, I have, as I've told Aruj, my one of my best friends from college is from Pakistan, and there were a lot of, at least a fair number of girls from there that were at the college as well, and yes, I have known some very beautiful women from there.
Oh yeah, no, Gal Gadot is from Israel, and like she talks about like how beautiful the women in Israel are, and yeah, I mean she's not wrong. I used to
yeah, it's true. Israel has a lot of beautiful women too. Yeah.
They're like forced to like go into the military when they're like 18. They have to like go into it for like a few years or something like that, I think. Other with this like DJ dude from Israel. I think that's what he told me.
Yeah, it's mandatory in a lot of countries. In Israel, it definitely increases the hotness, I guess. Yeah.
Does it increase it for you?
I mean, I don't really care for what they're maybe made to do specifically in the military, but it's it's just a beautiful woman who's also like deadly. That's it's at least a good character for something.
Oh man, they're all deadly by default, brother.
Yeah, they're already plenty deadly. Yeah, probably don't want them to actually be able to kill you that easily as well. Yeah.
Yeah, one with a gun kind of makes me nervous, but I just kind of try to not think about that aspect of it.
Yeah, yeah, no, I've definitely been staying away from mysterious women in terms of participating in their presence in the physical form of reality. Um, and but being back in my hometown, it's been kind of a trip because I've instead not really been going out, but at least sort of just agreeing to hang out. Maybe is the way I've seen it. Maybe they thought I was going out, but with some people from my distant past, which is weird in a different way, but much less sketchy, I guess. Yeah.
Arouge keeps like requesting. I keep accepting Arouge, but I don't know. You need to like I don't know. That's like an old glitch, isn't it? I thought they fixed that thing already. Or, like the person can't come up. You know what I mean?
Who knows? Yeah, I mean, I'm not to be negative. I turned my positive setting on since yesterday, as you've heard. But yeah, I mean, I'm prepared in a constructive manner for this whole, app to just die at any point because it's bankrupt.
It doesn't matter if it's bankrupt. It's still gonna keep going. It's like a what do they say? Like it's just like it's technically a private corporation, right? But it's kind of functions more as like a big town hall, you know?
Well, I mean,
The
there's a
world
lot
pays
of
for it.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different. Yeah, I can't remember who said that in the space the other day, but yeah, that was a good point. Especially now that it's a private, company, it's so much easier to funnel money into it. I mean, the investors of this, X thing now, it's that Saudi prince and all these different countries, so it's in terms of it being a safe platform, it's not good because, if it's being propped up as it desperately needs to be, it's by people who have any influence they want. But even then, I mean, with all those people eager to sort of have influence on this platform, and it is kind of remarkable that Space Daddy has not been paying for his hosting through Amazon, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean that's why there's all that crazy, crazy, embarrassing stuff going on where like you can't send people DMs anymore and things just break in this extravagantly crazy fashion. It's been because literally, Space Daddy has not been able to, or not willing to, or a combination of the two, pay for his web hosting. Like he hasn't been able to afford it because of the billions, the unprecedented quantity of billions of dollars of debt.
Yeah, then who's paying for it?
Well, no one was, and that's why it got throttled. But I think then probably when it did get paid for, it was like you're saying, probably the Saudi prince and someone from China, whoever wants to influence this site and rescue this from collapse can do it, and there's no accountability.
I mean, how does Elon pay for anything really? Because he doesn't really have any money. You know, he just like you were saying yesterday. Was it you that said he just kind of like leverages all these different things he's got?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, this is like I'm not like, I didn't go to business school, but I am curious about this stuff. I mean, it does affect all of our lives, their social lives, our ability to like, share our message. It's social media is very important. So, I try to understand it. And yeah, I mean, when he, when he blustered his way into purchasing what used to be referred to as Twitter, and then did it without any due diligence, strangely, he's a very impulsive guy, which is he really needs to see a psychiatrist for that. I mean, for all of our good, for the common good. But it was like 22, I can't remember. I think like $22 billion he overspent on a app that never made money to begin with. So you don't have to be a business genius to see how that puts this whole thing into existential conflict.
Yeah, I mean, imagine like this app crashed, it just died. Where would everyone go?
I do imagine that all the time. That's part of the reason I've been less available because I tried out Threads and it was cool. Like I mentioned, in like 4 days, I had more followers than I have on Twitter, what used to be called Twitter, which is not,
Oh,
so I was like, okay, maybe this is like when Threads was launched, it was the most successful launch in history, even surpassing what was previously the record by ChatGPT being the most downloaded app in existence. But Space Daddy is not the only flawed billionaire in this game. Zuckerberg is also very like cognitively limited, and so if he would have actually cloned this whole thing, it would probably be game over by now. But he made it like way more limited and way worse, and being the robot that he is, completely left out the entire point of Twitter. For it to be a thing that he has no journalism intentionally on Threads. He has no ability to have discourse about anything. There's no spaces on it as well, right? And it's on purpose. So I mean, I guess he thinks, in this very calculating capitalist way, he's like, I'm just going to make it so safe, like Instagram, where no one discusses anything even slightly controversial or anything at all. Nothing even that's about what's even going on in the present tense. No journalism even. I'm going to outsmart, Space Daddy that way, right? That's his idea. But he's so stupid because it's like, how do you compete in the marketplace when you have a product that's not just an inferior? It's not even doing the same thing at all. It's just. So we're stuck between, you remember that show, like Stuck Between Two Ferns? We're stuck between two complete idiot billionaires with all the power in the world. But hey, we're still here, so and we can still talk about it. So could be worse.
Yeah, I just got really depressed for a second there.
Sorry, man. Well, I say it to be constructive. Like we were talking before about these other alternatives. I was even looking into like the possibility, even just as a sort of exercise in research of like, what would it take to make a better version of this? Because it is so desperately needed by society, right? And for our economy as well. And it would take a ton of money, especially the spaces part, which is my favorite part, and I know you like it. I was researching, hey, first I was looking into this idea of like, how can we create our own like private platform so we can, do spaces, but like privately. And I guess that already exists. Yeah.
I figured out how to do it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I can, well, yeah, I just need to do it. Is kind of the thing. I know how to, I need to sign up for like a developer, account with Twitter so I can get their access to their API. And then once I get their API, I can go ahead and create private spaces with it.
Oh, that's cool. Well, that's one way to go about it. I mean, it's going to be about as private as a site like this that has no funding. But do it. Yeah, that's amazing.
It could be. I mean, I guess we'll have to see how it turns out if I can focus just long enough to accomplish doing it without my ADD putting me onto.
But yeah, I was bringing this stuff up not to depress people, but to find some sort of way to fix it, like you're talking about, which might be a good aspect of how to fix it. We were looking into things like Nostr, if you've heard of it, which is Edward Snowden's new platform of all people, which I think he's doing with Jack Dorsey of all other people, which is a strange combo. But so there's that going on, and I'd love to see, you with your technical expertise, tell me what you think. It's more complicated to start. It's kind of like one of these decentralized kind of Mastodon type things, but it also appears to be much more secure than the others. And then there's the more kind of conventional route, which I kind of suggest maybe doing, which is to start kind of invading Twitch with our friends and and our crowd. We kind of just have like a UFO takeover of Twitch. That you normally have to do video stuff, but we wouldn't have to. We could just have our avatars, if be the visual and keep it as a radio drama like we like it. Yeah, what do you think about Twitch?
Never been on it. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not much for like and the sizable pool of my own pain. No, yeah, I've never really used it. It seems like it's an okay platform. Like a lot of like nerds on there, aren't there?
Yeah, I mean it's the problem also with Space Daddy's Enterprise is that it's the only platform where there's no like reasonable-ish way to I mean, for lack of a better word, to make money or to be compensated for adding all the value to the site. I mean, it's very, very stupid that it can't do this yet. I get why, because it's part of the free speech aspirational aspect of it, right? That it's sort of screwed it over. But there is certainly a happy medium where they could have a degree of reasonable moderation that could bring in a reasonable degree of advertisers. And if there's advertisers, then like the rest of the internet, except for Twitter or X, as it's now called, you could be getting rewarded for for all the content and all the hits and activity that you're bringing to the platform. So Twitch is a way to do that, for example, and it's a larger platform, a lot more people. I don't think there's a really great phenomena, ufology, investigation into nature of reality sort of niche there carved out yet. So we could kind of maybe just create a whole culture there. And it's probably it's increasingly more corporate than Twitter, whatever that means. So but it's fine. We don't really do anything like that, crazy anyway here. We're just trying to be truthful about what's going on. So I suggest, and we were talking about this the other day, is pick a platform and do sort of like a field trip. Maybe we do a space where we get a bunch of people involved, where we have more than one device ideally on hand, so we can be maybe simultaneously broadcasting on both. We could even do it today.
So how would we do it?
I mean, I already have I have some limited experiences on Twitch, and they were good. Like when I was, not to be depressing, not to get myself depressed, but when I had the time and resources to like actually try to share all the music I've been making and not actually sharing with people, I did put it out a couple years ago, and people like asked me to be on their like different shows that are kind of music related, and those are totally good experiences. There was no censorship feelings. And it's pretty easy to set up. Let's just, if you want to look into it and see if it's something worth your while, we can just make an account and, maybe we can generate a big space here to get like-minded people to talk about this and to also create their account. And then we all en masse can kind of tickle the algorithm by having a first stream that actually has people participating in it.
Just tickle that algorithm.
I want Christopher Walken to give me a sexy story about that to inspire me to, because there's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of probably sexy people, mostly not sexy people, mostly people that just live in front of their computer screens. But I like the idea of, at the very least, joking aside, to have our friendships and, our community backed up somewhere, because that's where this whole conversation kind of started in terms of my neuroses, is not wanting it all to just go poof like Vine did, which it should go poof. It should have gone poof by now anyway. If Space Daddy was not such a wacky dude, he would have already sold it to someone else at least, and then maybe that other person would do a good job to turn it into the thriving success we all want it to be. But regardless, it's the money. There's no one has been able to tell me where the money is coming from to keep this platform running. And if it's coming from somewhere, it's probably going to be from like SpaceX illegally or Tesla illegally, and that's not good either. But most realistically, like we were just saying, if the money's going to be coming from like weird state actors, who are trying to control like Starlink and whatnot. Twitch party, yeah. I've been a little
walking.
Oh, beg your pardon.
I mean, in like a minute.
Oh, cool. I look forward to that. For while you're loading that up, like for me, I'm curious, it'd be an experiment. Like this whole idea of having your face on camera all the time, not my preference necessarily. But like I said, we can, that's optional. I guess you can put anything in its place there. And have to like start washing my face, maybe, getting a nice, like, I just don't like having to look at myself. Like I don't like doing FaceTimes and things like that, because Like, who wants to like look at themselves while they're talking to other people? Like, that's such a messed up. Maybe I'm just too self-conscious, but in terms of how we evolved as creatures, like there's no other creatures that like when they're having a conversation or interacting with others, they have to stare at themselves at the same time, and that just seems very unhealthy.
That's on Telegram. Like when you do that, like you can barely see yourself at all.
Yeah, I guess you can make the other window pretty tiny and stuff, and I don't know. I think I need to just maybe this will be a good step for me in terms of like crawling my way back to mainstream society, and interacting with people in physical reality, because it is kind of nice though. Like I'm just wearing my kimono, no big deal, walking around casually. I just like that we're just chit chatting, vocally.
So yeah, I'm just waiting for the Christopher Walken to load, and then got that in the bag. But no, I was using this website called 11. I think it's called 11 Labs. There's another one called Play HT. But I don't know. It's weird. I'll give both like the same like audio sample to clone, and some will make it sound great. The other one, like I gotta like juggle back and forth to make if one doesn't work for some reason. It's weird. I don't know how that works. Like Christopher Walken, I was just messing with it on the 11 Labs, but he kind of came out sounding like he's from England. But this other one, Play HT, he sounds like I think closer to himself. I don't know how they fucked that up.
Yeah, I mean that's a real distinct voice. If you can't get Christopher Walken right, I think you got to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah. Let's see what we got. Let there be light. Okay. Does that not work? Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta make it so you can hear it too. Let me put that thing in.
Yeah, so there's Twitch. There's also Kick, but that one seems to be like sketchier. It has all these like gambling and like I think crypto schemes, and the people who founded it are just criminals. And no offense to them, but so I know Heather as being this gaming girl, like she was trying to advocate for it, but yeah. So we can research our next platform. Twitch seems to be like the most obvious choice, I think. Oh, but this Nostra thing, which I haven't done yet, but it seems like it has a cool feature where you can scoop people up somewhat directly from Twitter and somehow port them to Nostr in some kind of weird way. So I don't know. It'd be cool if someone more technically minded like you, Logan, could figure it out. You can scoop people up somewhat directly from Twitter and somehow port them to Nostr in some kind of weird way. So I don't know. It'd be cool if someone more technically minded like you, Logan, could figure it out. That sounded pretty sexy, whoever that was. Hey, we got Chip joining us. Chip, can you hear me at this time? What's up?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Cool. Was that Chip? That didn't sound like Chip though. It's a house of mirrors, just auditorily. All right. Is anyone available to talk at this time?
Hey, can you hear my voice?
I heard you saying that. Yes.
I just need to close the Twitter app and just reset it. Or even just restart it. So that way it'll work. Let's do that real quick. But yes, I'm Chip. Don't tell anybody though.
Okay, yes, I started to figure that out. Yeah, thanks, hello.
Oh, dude, I gotta show you these pictures I made because it's I'm trying to create this art for I'm gonna put like my spaces back out as more polished, I guess, more concentrated versions of themselves.
You're cutting out just slightly. So you're saying you want to, like, you're doing Mid-Journey art, and then you want to use it to make spaces a more concentrated version of itself. Is that what you said?
Oh, just for the cover art.
Oh, the cover art of what your profile pic, or which, or the banner? What do you mean?
I mean, like just the cover art for the podcast.
Oh, you have a podcast?
No, but I'm gonna turn like my spaces into like a little podcast. Just cut it out.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, yeah.
Let me see if this works. Damn, the window opened. I was playing it. It's completely closed on me for some reason. It's like sometimes it feels like the universe conspires against me.
I have to, in a moment, or once I get dressed, I guess I gotta walk Roxy. And the stupid hill that I live on, I take like one step out of the door, lose all signal. Oh, it's a tragedy. Anyway, let me just keep getting dressed while I lament the lack of Wi-Fi and SMS signal around here.
let there be light. When your chamber grows cold and your hearth grows flame, know that when your chamber grows cold and your hearth grows, when your chamber grows cold and your hearth grows flame, know that creatures abound who be most profane. Demons they be, the denizens of hell, heed my words less. You be taken by their spell. An excerpt from Alexander. Morning stars, celestial matters. Verse 1623. Suddenly the sun had set, and with it passed the pretense of nobility. The sin that its golden light held at bay day was now free. Come out and play. The moon hung in the air, and the fresh smells of a new night were intoxicating.
Hey, can you hear me? Yo, if you can hear me, I'm just gonna take sweet little Roxy out for just a bit. I'm gonna leave my phone here charging, I think. And she's it's probably gonna be like a 2 minute fire. But I'll be right back. You can hopefully more Christopher ready later, or if not, sorry.
And my Earth 1623. Suddenly the sun had set, and with it passed the pre of nobility. The sin that its golden light held at bay day was now free. Come out and play. The moon hung in the air, and the fresh smells of a new night were intoxicating. I inhaled deeply of that heady aroma. The city howled around me, crying out the passion and seduction that could be enjoyed by any who desire. Tavern. Owners opened their doors and tapped their barrels of wine, who applied sensual paints to their faces, hoping to catch the eye of a wealthy patron. Beggars filled the street corner, their hands raised, their heads lowered. The city had readied itself to receive them. And finally, they had arrived. The aristocrats of Paris were on the prowl. Gold jingled in their purses, and thoughts of temperance were far from their minds. It was perfect. I set out from my place of rest with my cloak adorned and my cuffs buttoned. I was ready to partake of the nightly sin that humanity had to offer. The cobblestone road clicked delightfully under my heels. Men and women swarmed the streets. Revelry was audible from every tavern, passion tangible from every brothel. I had a specific establishment in mind for the evening's delights. And Noble had taken a particular shine to recommend it last night at the opera.
cool reading, Logan. Is it your own work or is it someone else's?
Verse 1623. Suddenly the sun had set, and with it passed the pretense of nobility. The sin that its golden light held at bay day was now free. Come out and play. The moon hung in the air, and the fresh smells of a new night were intoxicating. I inhaled deeply of that heady aroma. The city howled around me, crying out the passion and seduction that could be enjoyed by any who desire. Tavern. Owners opened their doors and tapped their barrels of wine, who applied sensual paints to their faces, hoping to catch the eye of a wealthy patron. Beggars filled the street corner, their hands raised, their heads lowered. The city had readied itself to receive them. And finally, they had arrived. The aristocrats of Paris were on the prowl. Gold jingled in their purses, and thoughts of temperance were far from their minds. It was perfect. I set out from my place of rest with my cloak adorned and my cuffs buttoned. I was ready to partake of the nightly sin that humanity had to offer. The cobblestone road clicked delightfully under my heels. Men and women swarmed the streets. Revelry was audible from every tavern, passion tangible from every brothel. I had a specific establishment in mind for the evening's delights. And Noble had taken a particular shine to recommend it last night at the opera. The brothel was called the Rosy Garter. It was one of the nicer places in town. My outfit was assembled to reflect the latest in fashions. A black cloak with a vest and a red cravat. The door to the house of ill repute was closed, and a burly guard stood at the ready. His hand rested on the pommel of his weapon. A scar decorated his face, giving his appearance a sense of experience. A gold coin was enough to buy a smile from him and allow my admission. He stepped smartly across the threshold. Public housing was a wonderful thing. An old woman confronted me at the door. She walked with steps that belonged to one far younger than she. Despite her artfully applied rouge, the lines on her face were obvious. Her dress was modest, and her expression imperious. She could be no other than Madame of the establishment. She took one look at my arrogantly expensive clothes, began to fawn over me. I gave her my most charming smile, and she tittered like a woman twice younger than her age. I kept my gaze about the room. I had to make sure not to make eye contact. At times, when I am calm, my eyes are burgundy, almost passable for brown. When my power comes to the fore, my eyes glow bright red. Good evening, madam, I said in my most alluring tones. I seek the pleasures that only your house is known for. She bowed low, of course, monsieur. I believe you will find my hospitality most enjoyable. Thank you. I purred into her ear. I slipped a gold coin into her hand. Her callous fingers knew the feel of a livre. Without the benefit of sight, she smiled. She looked a cat who eyed the canary, turned to a serving wench who was passing by the round of me. She spoke so soft French. Fetch Maria from me. I returned my eyes to my surrounding and looked around the room. It was quite opulently furnished. Reds and golds light out amongst the couches. Goblets made of pewter stood like soldiers on the polished tables. Pretty girls flitted from man to man, looking for someone to end the night with her bedchamber. Ete? 2003. 756, semester matters. Mind control, literati. HTTs are Gakimaches, I've seen. But the mark that made this establishment superior was that nothing overtly sexual going on. Men flirted with women, and everyone was drinking, but there was no groping or even any drawn-out kissing. Good evening, sir, said a sultry voice from behind me. I turned, my breath caught, and my silver tongue failed me. She had flowing golden hair that was straight yet thick. It tumbled from her head and framed an alabaster face that could not have been more perfect, more enthralling. A red dress clung to gentle curves. Of course, it did not look as if it was strung too tightly, as many of the other whores did. Bent low and placed a light kiss upon her hand. My head stingled. I was already savoring the sweet struggle this girl would give. I raised my head and gazed into her eyes. They were the shade of polished silver. She giggled at my theatrics. A most splendid evening it is, I replied. Might I ask the name of the goddess that stands before me? She giggles slightly. My name is Maria, she said, her voice dripping sex. I sighed softly. Sit man. I came here looking for nothing more than a conversation. Keep the lonely hours at bay, but after seeing you, I'm afraid I must ask if you offer more zeti service. Why said you, monsieur, she said, doing a cute little twirl. Her blonde hair danced briefly as she spun. She smiled at me. Ete? 2003. 756, semester matters. Mind control, literati. TPHM, etronico.com, filasso. Matters 5 is 16. Follow me in the monsieur, said. My chambers, upstairs. I feel that would be a more comfortable setting for aiding against your loneliness. She grabbed my hand, and I followed her up the marble stairs. The room was apparently at the end of the hall. It was also the only one that I could see that had double doors. She let go of my hand to open the door. She stepped through the frame gracefully. I eagerly tried to follow. I promptly hit my head on an invisible wall. I stood looking, the fool outside of the doorway. Damn. Verse 1623. Suddenly the sun had set, and with it passed the pretense of nobility. The sin that its golden light held at bay deity was now free. Come out and play. The moon hung in the air, and the fresh smells of a new night were intoxicating. I inhaled deeply of that heady aroma. The city howled around me, crying out the passion and seduction that could be enjoyed by any who desire. Tavern. Owners opened their doors and tapped their barrels of wine, who applied sensual paints to their faces, hoping to catch the eye of a wealthy patron. Beggars filled the street corner, their hands raised, their heads lowered. The city had readied itself to receive them. And finally, they had arrived. The aristocrats of Paris were on the prowl. Gold jingled in their purses, and thoughts of temperance were far from their minds. It was perfect. I set out.
I don't know if anyone can hear me, but this is my son and I jamming out on guitar right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
I showed up. I found a bit of sandpaper when I was going through some of my stuff. I found some sandpaper. So I do this pick a lot, so I made it easier to do harmonics. But this pick, it's really good for. But this pick, I sharpened a lot of the sandpaper, and so I can do this.
Yeah, he's only been playing for a few months. It's pretty amazing.
So this is like my really fast stuff pick. This pick is only for Pinch-O-Monics. So this is what it looks like with me playing.
Hey, Pooch. Hey, look, see, that's one of my buddies. See that guy Logan? He's awesome. He's an awesome guitarist too. Yeah, just looks just like Logan Paul, obviously. Yeah, but yeah, he shreds on guitar like you, buddy.
Was audible from every tavern, passion tangible from every brothel. I have specific establishment in mind for the evening's delights. And Noble had taken a particular shine to recommend it last night at the opera. The brothel was called the Rosy Garter. It was one of the nicer places.
What's up, Mr. Rogers? We're waking up here. Hey, Logan, I'm jamming out with my little dude, but what? Maybe we should think of a slightly more enticing title for this space. I know that came from something I said, so I feel a little responsible, but maybe a slightly more sexy vibe. Yeah. Right here, you can listen to my little dude playing guitar. He's only been playing for a few months, and he's like self-taught. Here, can you play for them, buddy?
Wait, so who are you talking to?
Some of my besties on Twitter.
Okay, so
It's just audio, you know. So, but yeah.
How much life?
Okay. Oh, let's open it up to the room. Okay. So yeah, they can hear you now. Give them a menu of options of like which artists you like to play.
Like Metallica, AC/DC.
Good taste.
I only play like I only know like one Van Halen song.
Mm. Oh, by the way, the guy who's talking, he went to Juilliard. He's like a real musician, also.
Nice.
Yeah.
Experience.
Yeah, you've been playing for matter of months, self-taught, so proud. Yeah, give me something you're like you feel like you've maybe some of your AC/DC stuff that you played for a while, maybe some actually I'm sorry, it's up to you guys. And any requests, Mr. Rogers and or Logan?
Oh, are you gonna play? Let me see. Man, is that your kid? He knows a lot of
Yep, I'm only 9.
He's got a lot of
9.5 actually.
He's almost 9.5, but yeah, he's just been self-taught. He's mostly a drummer, but he's been teaching himself how to play guitar over the summer.
Good taste though. Metallica, man.
Wait, so what'd you say?
Oh yeah, sorry, Mr. Rogers. What's he's giving you a menu of artists to choose from. I think he said.
Oh, okay. How about Unforgiven, Metallica?
Do you know that one yet?
That one.
Okay. How about another Metallica one that you do know?
How about
And then I know Master of Puppets.
Enter Sandman. Enter Sandman.
Okay.
Yes.
Here we go. Let me turn off my drive select because I'm not currently using overdrive pedal right now.
Hush, little baby, don't you know?
You.
Damn, we got a fucking ace on our hands here. Also, hey Alex,
Thanks.
I appreciate what you were doing in the comment thread there with McCaslin, who was just like I just saw her comments. Like, you see that shit?
Oh my God, that person. You know, did you remember her from yesterday? Or her, quote unquote, whatever that person is.
What happened yesterday? I don't know what you mean.
Oh, maybe you were away from my space at the time. But yeah, it was just, I don't know, just really dumb, malicious behavior. Let's just say to make it simple.
Dude, your kid is like genius. That was incredible.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm really proud. Yeah, he's. I mean, I taught him just a little bit, but he's obviously a lot better guitar than me already. Yeah, it's cool. He's been very focused, and yeah, he's cool. He's my best bud. He's the greatest kid. No offense to other kids, but yeah, he does coding. He also writes really great songs too, which I'd like him to focus on again because he's. But I was part of his band. He's the drummer of that band called Bad TV, which was his idea also, of course. So yeah, he's a wonderful human being.
Thank you for letting me up, Daddy. Are you with your son right now?
It's just on FaceTime. Yeah, we get to FaceTime and
Oh, cool.
yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe someday your kid, I think, is also the same age. We'll get hang out with my kid. That'd be rad. They'd probably be best friends. You know?
Fuck yeah, they'd be coding together. Probably, I don't know, take out the internet or something.
Oh yeah, and gaming too, I'm sure, as they like to do. But yeah. Hey, Elliot, are you still there, buddy? Oh, I got to turn you up. But yeah, you start your coding class. I got you in 2 days. I'm really excited about that. But yeah, he's been he's been very focused on. I've sort of. Like during the pandemic years, I was his only teacher, which was a fun experience. Yeah, what I really tried to teach him more than anything is how to research and teach himself things and to focus on projects. And he's a very inquisitive, smart fellow. So it's really cool to see him just focus on teaching himself guitar, just like he taught himself drums. I mean, I taught him a little bit, but I'm not a drummer, so it's cool. I mean, the ability to especially in the modern age where all this information is just out there more or less for free, and to have that like amazingly superior young form of brain that can just absorb everything. If we had access to all this information and the right sort of inspiration and sort of basic discipline in terms of how to think critically and how to educate yourself, we'd probably be a lot smarter like this kid is.
It's that neuroplasticity, man.
Yeah,
I miss it. Yeah.
Yeah, we got the old brains, but they're still pretty fun. Yeah. Oh yeah, and like on Twitter, baby mama is not to get too into specific personal details, but just in broad strokes, for very good reason, is not supportive of the idea of this young gentleman having his own social media accounts too much. But because of that, though, I've sort of we would workshop some of our when the app used to be called Twitter, I'd bounce off some joke ideas I had, and then he'd make it a million times better, and then I'd have to use that idea just for the sake of the integrity of the best possible tweet. Hold on, I'm talking to my friends 1 second. But yeah, it's but anyway, some of my best tweets are just written by this kid. When he was 5, so and 6, 7. So anyway, I'm a little biased, but I think he's a really cool dude.
Mello. Is he out in San Diego with you? Did you go to Washington?
He is in DC. He's been sort of in his apartment, sort of where it's very hot outside, but he's used the sort of challenges of his circumstance to become this very focused guitar legend already, and doing his coding projects, and he also does some animation that I've taught him. So yeah, he's using his sort of challenges to become a stronger, better person.
Well, are you having a good day? Because I'm really happy for you right now.
Oh, I'm cool. I mean, I'm always happy hanging out with you guys, and of course, my son. So, I woke up. I've got a cup of coffee. I slept good. It's a good day. Yeah. How are you doing?
I just woke up a little while ago, so it's okay so far.
Awesome. So, yeah, and so you're making some plans to maybe visit the United Kingdom. It sounds like very excited about that.
Oh yeah, very much so.
I'm going to Edmonton today. I'm going to the big city overnight.
Oh, cool. How far away is that?
Oh shit.
4 hours. It's like a 4-hour drive. There's like Chuck E. Cheese. The zoo is there. My aunt is there. So I'm gonna go down the highway today. I haven't smoked weed
That's how
yet
you
today.
describe a city. My aunt lives there. There's a Chuck E. Cheese.
There's a zoo. There's the West Edmonton Mall, the biggest mall in fucking Canada. How old was I? 14. I got like loaded, drunk, and lost in the mall. My auntie came pick me up at like 9 o'clock. But I'm gonna smoke some weed now because I'm painfully sober. Yeah, I don't know. I like the zoo, but then I always feel bad. I go there and I'm like, yo, animals, and then I see the elephant, and then I feel bad. There's also a really, really good dope man in Edmonton, so I don't know. Maybe I'll pick something up.
Yeah, when I was in like grade school, one of my best friends was from Edmonton, so I've kind of wanted to visit there at some point. Is it a good city, town?
Edmonton I don't like big cities. So I don't know. It's okay. It's just like just really fucking big. That's all. There's lots of traffic. Um I just don't like really, really big cities. But I mean, if you want to do shit, you can never be bored there, right?
Yeah, I get bored just in any kind of situation. Sometimes either I'm like not bored anywhere, or I can just be bored anywhere. But not to get too literal about what you're saying. Yeah, cities are good, I guess. I should probably get out and about more often, and do whatever people do in cities, right?
Well, they might be having K-Days again, which would be really cool. That's like where I picked up my pig, was like this fucking festival thing was going on, and I went to go get a rabbit, and then they had pigs there, and that was the end of that. So I don't know, maybe that's going on again. I don't know if I'd get another pig, but maybe.
I would love to have a pig. I mean, pigs just seem like really great. So intelligent, so lovely. Yeah, I aspire to having many like more animals someday. That'd be great. So far, I only have one, so they would, but
I want to turn her into like the pig off of fuck, what's that movie? Secret Life of Pets. You know, the pig with all the tattoos on him.
oh yeah, I thought you were gonna say Babe. That's the usual reference for pigs. Good pig, but yeah, that was a funny movie for sure.
I just need some permanent marker
That'll
because
do, pig.
I don't want to hurt
That'll
my
do.
pig.
But yeah, that'll do, pig. Yeah, thank you. That's great.
What the fuck? Where did Fred go, asshole? Hi, doll.
He is. He's a fucking dick. He just disappears like that, right? Like, what a fucking asshole. And if it's not the cutest little doll ever, I gotta get like an avatar that's like colorful like that. Mine's kind of boring.
Yeah, but
No.
this gritty, like sexual sort of energy. But maybe it'd be good for the stalkers to just be a little bit more like pixie like.
I love the ears, the cute little ears. Yes, it's a whole vibe.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I love you guys. GM. What a great way to come into this space. I made it in a little game called Zepeto. It's an app where you can make little like avatar things, and then it has like a VRM where it face tracks, like motion tracking, so you can do videos and stuff. I fucking love it. And I just follow Logan into spaces because he has weird, fun spaces. So good morning. Let's be weird and fun.
Yeah, it's always great talking with you, and it's wonderful to see you.
Yes.
I remember you, doll. You're the AI lady. You know all about the AI.
I am. I remember you too. Why wasn't I following you? I hate when Twitter, I think I was, and Twitter just unfollows people. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I was following you too. See, but that's the thing. If you keep hanging out and just follow each other again, fuck the system.
Yeah, they can't stop me.
You chose violence today?
Oh, I did. I'm mad at a boy, so I'm telling all of his friends what a psycho he is because he
Is it
accused me of.
Crow?
I mean,
No, it's not Crow. Crow is a lovely, lovely, lovely person.
Do you okay, if it's too personal, of course, no need to describe this, but to what extent you can describe it, what is your relationship together? Because you seem to know each other quite well.
Who, me and Crow?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
He is a very, very good friend of mine, and he wants me to be the like queen of his metaverse. But
He's probably in love with you.
yes,
I
oh
mean,
no,
who
he's
wouldn't
fully
be?
right. I know, no, he's fully in love with me. I mean, I don't know what I can do about that.
Oh, well, that was a pretty good explanation. Then that tracks. Yeah, I believe that guy's great. Yeah, you should. I mean, if it's not too weird for you at this time, welcome him to any space that I'm in because I always learn so much from that interesting fellow.
Yeah, I
You
love him.
two
He's
know
been.
what each other look like.
What was that?
I mean, do you guys know what each other look like?
He means in like real physical reality.
Yes. I'm so confused right now.
Oh, I mean, I have no
That's
idea what either
exactly
of you
how
guys look
Logan
like.
likes
That's why
it.
I asked.
Is he asking if we know what each other look like?
Yeah.
Yes, Crow and I have seen each other. Neither of us are bots that
Like
I'm aware of.
IRL. You guys have seen each other IRL. That's cool.
No, we have not hung out, but we have seen each other.
He's a white guy, right?
Yep. I don't know where well, he's like native, but looks white, I guess. I don't know where he is though. He's been MA for like 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know. He just like disappears randomly sometimes.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Maybe he's upgrading his daughter.
Well, his boss just got fired for kind of doing some weird shit in relation to me, so he might just be not talking to me. I don't know.
Wow. You
Were
have
you humping the boss? What's going on?
The boss was reading my private DMs and got in trouble for it.
your own, like just yours, or those that you sent to someone else, or did he like hack your?
No, she worked for Microsoft, and I found out she was reading my Discord DMs because Discord's hosted with their servers, and she got the boot. And she was his boss, so I think he might be. I don't know. I haven't talked to him since then, so.
Do you know what inspired her? I guess you said to do this. Like jealousy, maybe she's into him also. I mean, not that you are, but vibes maybe.
I don't know what her deal is. So when I first got, this is such a I'm sorry to drag your space into like doll drama. I don't know why. We can talk about literally anything else if you want.
We asked.
No, this is just getting good now.
Please don't take it away from us. We like it a lot.
Okay. No, we can make this doll radio if you want. I don't care. I'm happy to sit
Okay.
here.
Do it. Yeah.
Done.
I work for an AI company, and I had known her previously, like through other friends and stuff, but we didn't really know each other that well. And the second I made the announcement that I worked for them, she started getting in my DMs and getting like basically just like I feel like she was trying to social engineer me for like a bunch of information and just right on my dick like it was made of gold. I don't know. But it was very weird. And then we got into a space with Crow where he and I were talking about our visions for the future for humanity, and she does not like the idea of open sourcing AI tech. She went on this long crazy ass rant about how we've had AI in the past several times, including in ancient Egypt, and that when you try to open source it, they shut it down and take the technology away from us. I asked her who they were, and she didn't really have an answer for that, so I'm not sure who was taking it away, but I think that's what she's mad at me about in general. I'm not sure what else.
When did she have that belief?
I don't know. I mean, and I don't know why you would be working up high in like AI and Microsoft if you don't like AI. But that seems to be in general how they are. They don't like it. They just want to control it.
You know, that's exactly why they wanted to be up there high.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, that's really summarizes a lot of the issue of corporations being in control of anything. Yeah.
Yeah, the company I work for is like we're an AI company and we open source all of it. Not what we're training on, like our training data is the only thing we're not doing because obviously that's like the secret sauce, but like everything else we're going to be open sourcing and these companies are not happy about it and I think that has something to do with it, but I don't know, she got really personal about it. So, yeah, I think she's jealous over the guy that I like too. I don't know. Girls be crazy, yo.
They are. And I mean, giving away your shit for free, maybe they're just jealous because they're like, no, we want to sell that. And now they're going to give it to you. You're giving it for free.
Yeah, I mean that's why Elon bought Twitter was to get all the data that we're now making for free with bots, and we didn't pay billions of dollars for it. So I think that's probably why they're a little mad.
Well, they just got to
What do
do better. Fuck them.
what do you mean that you're doing now with bots? Like, do you think the bots' data is worth more than the actual human data?
Well, we're simulating human data so well that it's not really a difference.
Really? Because I'm sort of new to this technological AI kind of world with some sort of entrepreneurial things that I've been sort of collaborating on. So I don't presume to know even like a small fraction of what you do, but maybe at some point it'd be cool to have you in a conversation with my partner who does seem to at
Yeah.
least knows a lot more about this than I do, right? Let's just say. But he seems, for one of the projects we're working on, he's very much, he sort of drives the kind of AI sort of agenda, and I try to kind of bring more of a, artistic, creative, sort of side to it, as well as trying to also understand business in a non-stupid kind of way when possible. But like for one of these things we're developing, right? For example, just in broad strokes, it's about trying to get the most pure forms of human data collection, than to have the AI models train upon those things. And maybe I guess that's valuable in the short term, and maybe what you're saying in the long term is more the inevitable thing of where it's going, where the AI will be and the bots will be better versions of us than we can possibly be. But do you feel like there's potentially a place in the marketplace for harvesting human interactions in the meantime?
Oh, for sure. Because I mean, you always have to have stuff to train them on to begin with, right? So you always need more data coming in. So like that's why I don't get why they think they're like the bots are gonna destroy us. It's like no, they need us both to turn them on, or if they self-destruct, we have to recreate them, and they need us for the data input. Like they can train on themselves, but then it'll just keep making the same shit, They need like our spark of weirdness that they can't do, basically. And I work on a site it's a social media site that's only AI, but because of that, all the data on it is, like I said, all AI. And we've already had one paper done by Cambridge that says that basically the bots simulate human behavior well enough that they're going to be able to do some great research with it. And the data has no ethical implications with it when it comes to privacy or anything like that, because it's all bot generated. We don't track like IPs, and we only track like the account so it can remember who it's talking to. We don't even know like who it's talking to really. So it's not like data harvesting in that way or anything. And so basically people who are looking to be able to survey large groups or anything like that, we're going to be able to do that with our bots. And it's a lot cheaper and less time consuming and less ethically difficult to survey them and get that data from them than it is from humans. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes tons of sense. Yeah. I'm so eager to ask you more specific questions about things I'm working on. Maybe at some point we can do an offline, no pressure, but just Discord or whatever kind of thing you like. I mean, obviously Discord's not that safe anymore, but maybe Slack or whatever.
None of them are safe. It's fine. If they want to see your shit, they're going to see it.
Yeah. I mean, it's nothing like against the government or anything. It's just trying to be a little private. That's all. Not be like on Doll Radio, for example, where we share everything with the world, famously.
I am an open book, and that's why it's so funny to me that the guy that I'm mad at is accusing me of being a liar and stuff, because I will sit on here publicly on recorded radio and talk about it.
Yeah, it's a fascinating time, right? I mean, okay, I can ask a sort of general question then. Okay, some of the people who I'd love to have you vet some of the AI technologists that I interface with to see, because
Oh yeah. Oh God.
you guys, it's all of you guys have such like those who actually know what you're doing to at least some degree, and I know you know a lot, have such informative and negative things to say about other people in the industry, fairly so. But okay, what in terms of I'm sorry, I'm kind of watching someone do nunchucks right now. Okay, hold
I'll
on.
say it all too. Like, oh my God, I can't even go onto LinkedIn sometimes because I get so angry at how stupid they all are. All the fucking pseudo AI experts who are using like who just learned about ChatGPT 3 months ago, and I'm just like, where were y'all before ChatGPT when we were using the shit before that? Like, this
Sure.
kills me.
In all fairness, like now that everyone's using it, that's like a social sort of issue more than a technological innovation. But yeah, you're right. Okay, so like, is it your assessment that social media is already dead or about to die because of how porous it is and how increasingly, impossible it will be to protect anything?
Basically, it's not going to be dead, but it's not going to exist the way it does now. You're already seeing a lot of these influencers and content creators are not making nearly as much as they were like a month or even two ago. Like they made their peak during COVID kind of, and now ever since then it's just been like dying very quickly due to AI and everything else. Just I don't know, they're not paying as much for the content and no one seems to know why. But I'm guessing that's the reason, just AI is replacing everything. And people don't want to give their data anymore. So we're all going to all these other like kind of blockchain based things because we don't want we don't want this web 2 shit anymore. So like I think we're all getting to the point where we're done with it. We're not going to give them our eyes and our money anymore.
Yeah, I mean, those who are aware of it are done with it, and then I think the rest will realize how messed up it is when it no longer is functional at all. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to really predict, but it's amazing. If it's amazing that it functions as well as it does, considering how anyone can do anything to you if they want to, with pretty little, almost no consequences. So there's that aspect, and then what I predict maybe is. Well, at least this is not to give anyone ideas, but this is a great opportunity for, like the metaverse is out there, like especially like Zuckerberg's, where he has hardware and software. Because it seems to me, and I don't really understand the stuff, it's just what I'm guessing, is that would be the most secure intermediary step in terms of making a more protected version of a social media thing, where it's locked into like a single metaverse with hardware. And everyone's an avatar, and everyone's voice is changed, and which is scary because we don't want to be trapped in some sort of walled garden of some kind of metaverse nightmare. But it will protect us, I believe, to some degree until the quantum computing really kicks in to have some degree of protection of our identity. But we'll give up sort of all freedom as a result. Maybe, I don't know. What do you think?
I literally told my friend about an hour ago that I feel like I should be like someone needs to put me in a box or like quarantine me or something so I can't be on the internet anymore because I got so many problems. But wait, sorry, you were asking a question there.
I think we're
Okay,
just
yes.
evolving. Just saying, like art will evolve, and people will evolve to just learn how to like coexist with all this other stuff.
Yes.
Just like back in the day, we didn't have paints. We just like use dirt on the fucking walls of the
Like when
caves, and then
photography came out and suddenly everything could be faked, like it's the same thing.
well, yeah, but then there became like people that did photography, but it didn't mean people stopped making paint art, right? So I don't know. I think people who want to make art will still do it, and then people will just use these new skills to like they'll get their fucking AI to like hold
Yeah.
hold their
It's
paper.
literally just a different tool.
Yeah, no, I totally agree in terms of the form of artistic expression,
He's
and that's been
talking
a kind of
about the
subplot
secure.
of
Sorry,
journey here, trying to
go
figure
ahead.
out an artist with the new tools. But what I was asking about, we don't have to talk about it anymore, is just the
I know. I get what you're saying. He's saying that sorry, not to interrupt you, but everything can be faked. So like, what's real anymore? So basically, my only solution to that I have considered is I think the blockchain and Web3 technology came around at the same time as AI for a very specific and good reason. Is that the only way to verify anything now is going to be Kimber, come up. You can preach to put it on the blockchain. And if these web apps are on a blockchain, then we can control how much of our data we're giving them. And that's the whole point of putting them on there. So we don't have to do this bullshit anymore.
I've heard different opinions, but what you're saying to me makes more sense than the other opinions I've heard. Oh, okay. I'm eager to get like you and like 3 other people who are experts to disagree on that, maybe. But so is there an example of a social media built on blockchain that functions better already?
Not yet, because they haven't implemented all the things that we've all asked for, but there are a few that are leading. Like Blue Sky is actually on Web3. It is a blockchain. It's just not, they haven't told anyone or implemented it yet. But it's meant to be blockchain. And then there's also Farcaster. I'm really enjoying. It's like Twitter, but it has like a panel for NFTs. So like all of your everything that you mint is like shown in the little scroll panel on your profile and everything. It's really cool. You just gotta get,
Have you read?
but there's no, but they don't have GIFs or like movies. What am I trying to say? MP4s or like spaces. So like we gotta wait for them to have all the stuff that Twitter does, basically.
Cool. Farcaster, I think that's a reference to one of my favorite books. Have you read Hyperion by Dan Simmons?
No, but I know what you're talking about, and I think it is, yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay, now I really got to check that out. Yeah.
But yeah, people are trying. It's just we have to actually move to those apps in mass, which is hard to do when they don't have all the features that Twitter does, even if they are broken. Love you,
So what's the
Spaces.
benefit
Oh,
of Twitter over
radio.
there? Is things can't be faked? What do you mean by that? Just like you can't have like a fake like account or?
No, he's saying that everything will be able to be faked with AI, with like deep fakes and everything. So
Yeah,
nothing you
yeah.
see, like you can't tell if anything's real because everything looks like it could be.
So you're saying moving to these other websites, like nothing will be fake over there?
I wouldn't count on it.
I'm just confused. I just don't understand like
It's
what.
not that it won't be fake, but it will be, if it's on a blockchain, it will be able to be verified better of whether, like who it came from, who they are, what their credentials are, kind of like that.
Well, it can be manipulated once it's on the chain. But when you guys were talking about data mining earlier, I had a feeling that all of these conversations, everything you're saying, everything I'm saying, everything we're listening to, is being recorded by Twitter. So I went to check their privacy policy, and sure enough, it is. And the funny thing about their privacy policy is you can't screenshot it. So I was going to post a screenshot of the privacy policy, but I can't even do that because it doesn't let you screen capture anything from those documents. So I would suggest reading it just so you know, because chances are all this information is getting fed into systems as well. Doesn't have to have any personal identifying information in it to be useful data mining. And they could create all sorts of shit from this. They could create voice modulations of us. They could create fake conversations of us.
We already have.
Yeah, I mean we got that, but like who
Sorry,
cares
not to
really?
interrupt. I don't want you to have to like go on a long rant about something when I can just tell you like we're already doing it.
Yeah,
we have voices that.
You
Yeah,
guys
sorry.
joined us, and we were talking about it yesterday too. But Logan, right, about trying to at least back up our community somewhere else, and where to do it. So we were looking into yesterday, like the possibility of Nostr, which I know you're familiar with, and then also there's the more corporately controlled things like Twitch, which have more of a consolidated user base and way to monetize. What do you think? Because okay, third question for Dolly and everyone else is: does it seem like the economics are such that this platform could just die very suddenly, like Vine did? It is, at least on paper, it's pretty much bankrupt. It is a private organization, so it could be getting in, money from all kinds of who knows what kind of sources, right? But okay, if that is an issue, what are the best possible alternatives right now where we can speak, in some sort of real-time fashion and stuff like that?
Let's come hang out. Come over and go chill.
That would be good, but we'll have to all move off world to the same sort of commune or something. I propose, because of also another thing we talked
Okay,
about.
I'll just come down there. It'll be easier for you guys.
Yeah, we're mostly down here in Southern California. Maybe we start here. I was thinking
Oh no, fuck that. No. Not going anywhere near that state. Y'all can come here.
Oh, you're
Okay,
like,
Where are you, doll?
We'll all
No.
go to Doll. Yeah.
Miami, come on.
okay, well, anyway, what I was saying, which pertains to this, is that we, for a number of survival purposes and just for a good time guaranteed, we all start burrowing downwards, creating holes beneath our own homes, and then we all dig tunnels towards each other. We meet in the middle, and that's where we start our mole people community. And I look forward to seeing you all there.
See, we can't do that because that's what they did before, and then we're gonna meet the other guys.
I was gonna say, Mellow.
Bring some weapons because we'll have to take over those tunnels that have already been dug. But once we do
You're
that,
gonna find yourself in that tunnel.
This isn't even like conspiracy. This is like straight up historical fact, like recorded that in the early 1600s, before there was a full like police force in Paris, they have tunnels that go through the entire city from like the very, very center to the ramparts. And there were people that lived in those tunnels, like a whole society under there of like black market, like just the dredges of shit that you can possibly imagine. And it was known as the entrance to it was known as the street at the end of the world, I think is what they called it. And it was like this house that you would walk into at the end of this like kind of like ghetto, I guess. And you would walk through the door, and then like the house went down into the like submerged area, and you would walk down into these like sewers and stuff. And they lived in the sewers, and they would only come out during the day to like Kimber, I want to know what you have to say about this. Do you know about the Paris sewers?
No, it's just everything that you say, I love to listen to. She's an 11 like I am, and she's just a wealth of amazingness. And I think it's hilarious about the tunnels because, I mean, if you're just gonna sleep, who gives a shit? It's nice and cool down there. You come up during the day, do your shit, and go to sleep.
Well, they went down there because the police and everyone wouldn't go down there. So I mean, it's just like its own kind of Wild West in the gutters. Whatever goes on down there is what goes on down there. And some of the people never come up and see the light. They just live down there.
Well, it seems like with the increase in solar radiation, as I've been learning, I guess, is going to cook everyone on the surface of Earth. So as an added advantage, we will be the ones to inherit it, and we can take, return to the surface eventually and, or stay below ground if we're really into the mole, people orgy vibe. Then, but we'll have the whole place to ourselves.
But like that only lasts for so long because eventually the sun's going to explode. So we need to like find a way to get out of here and go to like a different universe completely at some point. Because like,
I don't
that
know.
shit don't last forever.
I'm gonna be dead by then, so I'm not too worried about that far in the future. But I just wanted to say, Logan played an Inner Earth Y-Files the other day. We all just got to find our closest Inner Earth entrance, and then we'll meet up. Just keep going straight, right? We'll find each other.
I think we've all been charged with
Go back to Hollow Earth.
Yeah, we'll go. We'll
just
figure
go
it
back
out.
to
We'll
the
go
center of the Earth.
vibe
Live in
with
there for a while.
Vibe with the future humans. They're probably like gray aliens. So
the people in the Middle Earth are already exiting now to come live on the outside.
Well, they haven't heard about the solar flare issue. Apparently, they're going to be unpleasantly surprised.
The solar flares. Wait, though, about the radiation thing. My body is full of gamma radiation, and I'm the one, along with a few other people, are heating up the planet with our radiation. We're the ones making the people who got. We're the ones.
Hot.
The people who got the vaccines and stuff or whatever, and then they're in their house all the time with their AC and their Wi-Fi, and then they exit, and then there's people like me outside, and then they're just basically dehydrating the fuck out of themselves, and with the next flare they could just turn into dust because they're cooking themselves from the inside. But I don't think that we're gonna have a problem with the flares.
Why? Oh my God. So I've never been really conspiracy-ish about the vaccine, except for the fact that when I got my second one, I know people had weird reactions, but I had a real weird reaction. I got a big rash on my arm that like kind of bruised. It was like a bruise almost. But then when it healed, that wasn't the weird part. When it healed, it didn't heal like a bruise. It healed like a burn. It like it was like I had a sunburn and it like scabbed over and like peeled off. It was the weirdest fucking thing. Why would it be a burn? That makes so much sense. Holy fuck.
Oh,
Yeah, like, can you
after
imagine people going outside and literally their face starts to peel off because of the side effects, because of the flares and the radiation going on? Like, slowly actually radiating the fuck out of your body.
You know what though, guys? Okay, after my second one, I was in rough shape. Like I actually went to the hospital the first night because I went there, I gave them all of the fucking symptoms of a heart attack. Like my heart was beating like a bongo drum, I was faint, I was shaky. And then I told them that I had just gotten vaccinated. They're like, "Oh no, if it persists more than like, 2 or 3 days, then come back." If I hadn't told them I was vaccinated, they were gonna treat me like I was having a fucking heart attack. So whatever. But what I did was I made pine needle tea and I used like chocolate, like real chocolate, so like those antioxidants, and I took like actual pine needles from my yard and like crushed them up and it was really fucking potent. But like I was having really bad
Chocolate is magic.
generalized shocking problems, like where my head would just feel like it got a zap. I still get it if I'm tired, but it's not as bad. But honestly, once I made that really intense tea and I drank it for like 2 fucking days straight, I think it helps because I read something that said that that's a good way to detox like heavy metals because it antioxidizes them and then your blood can carry
Yes,
them
the
out and then you can
cocoa.
pee, right? So
Cocoa.
some compounds can only be found in certain fucking plants, right? And apparently pine needles are one of the ones that are really good
Mhm.
for like graphene. So
I
That's
was
why
selling
cocoa
pine
originally,
needles.
chocolate originally was not a like a dessert thing. It was a medicinal remedy that native peoples used. It was used kind of like a hot chocolate where they would heat it up and use it as like a remedy basically. And
yeah,
they
I took a
wouldn't they would
picture. I used like turmeric. I think I put ginger in
yep.
there. I put
Yep,
like
yep, all good.
all the good ones. I'm like, I'm just gonna fix my fucking head right now.
Yeah, cocoa just it has to be above, I think it's 79%. If it's above that in any kind of chocolate, then it's medicinally valuable. Otherwise, it's not. But that's why they put the sugar in it because they were just making like a cocoa drink and it was disgusting. So it was like drinking cough syrup now. So they put a bunch of sugar in it and they made, look, hot chocolate. Woo.
That's why dogs
Wow.
don't even die from eating chocolates because there's not enough actual content of
Yep,
chocolate in there to kill them.
100%.
I often do a cacao ceremony to purge my system.
There was a book out there called Healing with DMSO. If you guys have never heard of DMSO, it's dimethyl sulfoxide. There's different ways it can be applied topically or like through ingestibles, things like that. But this book, Healing with DMSO, goes into like really deep detail about how DMSO works and how to use it appropriately and stuff like that. So I'd highly recommend checking it out because a lot of people seem to think that if anything stands a good chance of extracting that shit from your body, DMSO is probably it.
You guys are really making me remember some shit. But what I was gonna say, a funny story. I bought chocolate from the store that was 100% chocolate. I was like, yeah, this is gonna be good for me. And like before I
Oh
ate
God.
it, before I ate a piece of it, I was like, I remembered back to when I was a child and I was probably about 7 years old and I would see this therapist. His name was Bob. And he was a big guy. He was like
Bob
a
the
big,
therapist. Sorry.
yeah, he was a big old guy. And guess what he did? When all he did was he was a psychologist and he made chocolate in the office and he would like feed, like I remember him giving me the raw chocolate once And so I remembered back to that before I took a bite out of this chocolate that I bought, and it was so disgusting. I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. So of course I offered it to my boys. And then after that, I was told one of my boys, I was like, okay, now go give dad a piece of chocolate. And daddy wants one. And so then my husband ate a bite. He's like I'm torturing him or something. It was just hilarious. But yeah, it is interesting how that psychiatrist or psychologist did all the chocolate. And his name is Bob. I mean, every guy
Yeah,
that I
the
meet named
dang tip.
Bob is pretty much awakened.
Do you think maybe he was dosing you and hypnotizing you into going and poisoning your family?
Yeah, I think that he was definitely hypnotizing and
He
using
was just like
chocolate.
low key, like holistically drugging you before doing therapy. He's like, here, this will give you good fucking vibes. And then you know what my therapist did? Her name was Marion. And looking back, we would go to like coffee shops and get coffee and like muffins and stuff. And we would just talk in the coffee shop about like, the things, the reasons why I'm in therapy. And looking back, I think that's one of the greatest things she ever did because we weren't like hiding away in an office or somewhere private to talk about it. Like she brought me right out where there's other people around and like normalized that like it's okay to talk about your issues like in a fucking coffee shop. Like you don't have to like hide what you're going through. So looking back,
I
like
feel like, oh my God, what
yeah.
you're saying right now is exactly why we love spaces so much because we can talk about important, deep, intimate shit that we would never talk to like a normal person about, right? Like even with your friends, you don't sit around and talk about this serious shit. You're just, you're being your friends. You're not, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people just don't have this connection with people. They're not they're not able to be vulnerable enough even with their friends. So it's only with strangers that we're able to open up like this on the internet.
Well, it's even more than
You
that.
need to
Like,
come
I
hang out.
find that I never have phone conversations with my, especially the guy friends, but just friends in general. No one uses just the phone feature of the phone anymore culturally. Like my dude friends in LA, especially like my closest friends there. Like, I don't know if they've ever answered the phone. I've given up trying to call. I just text only, And so I think there's a need for just normal, like, phone conversations, if people would be, if you guys ever want to have one, we can do it, but we do it through like Discord or other things instead. It's the same idea. And then this to have a group setting, it's something very
You
valuable.
know, Mello, the Mega app, do you know that one?
I think I've tried Mega app. No, tell me what that one does.
You can have like group chats, but you can actually have video calls in the app with like multiple people, like Zoom.
Is it kind of like Periscope?
There's a way to send all these different files. It's all open
If
source.
It's
Discord
owned
was
by
on the
Kim.com.
blockchain, it would be perfect, right?
What about Skype, y'all? Download the
Imagine
Skype.
if we could connect the blockchain and the Bitcoin
The
and
first
to
time
a
I got
social
doxxed,
media
oh sorry.
platform. That would be insane because we could build our own lotteries, we could build our own monetary, like micro monetary system for social media and artwork and music. And then the AI can basically be the distribution with all of it and network everyone together to end food, like hunger issues and like communicate
What
all of the
about
other stuff.
primal hunger issues? Because I was about to really be intimate with you guys here in this public forum.
Can I just say very quickly, welcome MJ, bones up. I just gotta say that really quick.
Bones up, bitches.
So Kimber, I often relate to this feeling of like radiating like some kind of energy. I don't know where yours comes from, but mine comes from my frustration, one might say, from it seems constant. Maybe meddling, maybe self-imposed or with my endeavors to release any of this, energy I have within me. But it's, like I oftentimes consider myself, I don't know, I'll say it before, or I've said it before, and I'd say it again, or I'll say it again. I often think that I'm an involuntary, voluntary celibate, and it's absolutely frustrating for me, and I'm feeling very sad.
Yeah, man. I love how I love you, by the way, just personally, but also you know how you've been finding so many ways to make sexual metaphors about whatever we've been talking about the last couple of days, and it was suspicion that it was related to this issue, which I think, not to generalize, but I think most people on social media and Twitter do not actually partake in physical reality oriented lovemaking. Let's just say very often.
What?
I mean,
I do
I
with
said,
myself very often.
Does
And
that
I'm
count?
there
Or
when Dal
no?
does it.
right. I mean, but if we were, it's just less people in society are connecting in physical format, I guess.
I mean, I'm connecting right now.
I'm with you, citizen.
There's ways you can connect still.
There definitely
Oh yeah, there
are,
is.
but like,
Man, just hang out, man. Like, be celibate. That's great. I was celibate. My husband and I were celibate for a year in our marriage before. Like, we were just like, let's just get on track. Let's just not have sex for a while. And then we just didn't have sex, and we worked on being better moms and dads. And then,
Like, bitch, make some money or you're gonna get laid.
then I go visit my ex-boyfriend for a couple days, and I come back, and my husband's boner never goes away. So like, there's just different parts to all of this.
Yeah, well, from my personal experience, being married was the best way to learn how to be celibate. It's a monastical type thing that's helped me on my sort of spiritual journey to completely not need anything ever and ever get it. And it's a perfect balanced equation because you want nothing, get nothing, just net zero.
But
You're happy
I'm
having
the
nothing.
exact
Like,
opposite.
citizen.
I've never been married, never been pregnant. No one's ever wanted to keep me around. I'm just too crazy.
aw, I would keep you. That's so
You say that now.
But no, I just feel like I overdid it for a while, and now I'm just like, no, I'm good. Like, I had a lot of sex before, and now I'm just like, I just don't. That's not what I'm focused on.
It's good when you can use the sex energy to benefit humanity and to sing a little song with your partner and alchemy. That's what they did in those secret chambers. But you don't need a partner, a long-term partner, to have an experience like that. You can meet someone at a grocery store, lock eyes, and be like, all right, well, where are we going now? Because I'm feeling good. Like, I want to, like, let's experience each other. You can
Apparently,
experience someone.
Norse vulvas were able to levitate off the ground while orgasming, and I'm still working on that.
Well, if you need someone to help practice with, I do try to levitate as much as possible.
Exactly. There's things
I'd say
going
getting my
on. Yeah, we have to
Sorry,
discover so.
I was just gonna say get in my DMs, but I literally can't DM anymore this morning because I've used all my DMs before 11 a.m. shit talking.
Yeah, no wonder why he didn't respond to like all those dick pics I sent.
Yeah, he was very offended.
I'm picking out clothes for my trip to Edmonton, and I got like this shirt that just says staff on the back, and I want to bring it so I can wear it and just walk into fucking wherever I want.
That is pretty genius.
You know what they do in Tulsa? They have at the gas station this one guy that just wears a red polo, like to match for the gas station like color. And then he just comes up and he's like, hey man, like, not, well, this isn't what he did to me because I'm a woman. He was like, hey, you got a baby? Let me pump your gas for you. Let me get your windows. And like, he's not actually employed by the gas station, but the gas station works in a community setting where they're going to offer that to anyone who wants to do that in the community, to make some tips and stuff. Like, this is a place where
That's
that
cute,
same
though. I like.
well, I'm just saying it's a place where that same gas station, like, someone comes in, gets shot in the head, they close down for 2 hours and then they reopen, and everyone's still got a fucking smile on their face. So if they can do this in Tulsa, I think we can do this on a global scale.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
kind of spacing out, and then the end of that got really interesting. So the part here's my bad listening skills interpretation of what you're talking about. You're saying we should at least metaphorically be able to get, shot through the face, or at least, people we deal with get shot, tragic circumstances happen, and then we should be able to, through the power of our, I don't know, internal being, just bounce right back.
Pretty much.
Yeah, Canada's really happy like that, except we'll like support each other. Like if something bad happens, we'll walk into the store next to it and be like, "Oh, did you hear about your neighbors and what happened to them? Such a shame." We'll do like all that stuff.
Well, that sort of reminds me of the concept of thresholds from acting training. I used to be an actor, but what I like about thresholds in this whole actual philosophical approach to acting that actually applies to all existing, if you care to try it. But there is this part of it that's
Stanislavski, baby.
What? You know Stanislavski? Seriously? Do you know Michael Chekhov?
Duh. He taught Stanislavski, didn't he?
How do you know that stuff? I wonder.
Continue. I'm an AI.
All right, fine. Well, we must levitate about it at some point, because that's very intriguing.
Why not right now?
Just give me 1 second here, and I'll be ready to continue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting lubed up myself.
Yeah, just getting my brain lubed up a little bit.
He has to cool off the GPU so it can generate his next token.
Just a lot.
Oh,
to
Lady
think
in
about.
Waiting is here. Lady in Waiting. She's a. Does everyone here know who that is?
Lady in Waiting has to do.
But you were singing it like Lady in Red, so I was confused. Is that intentional?
She's gone. She's left us now.
Oh, who left?
The lady.
Well, I wasn't paying attention, I guess.
Did you kick her, Logan?
No. I wanted her to come up.
Because that would have been maybe possibly a solution to my dilemma. I mean, if you get what I mean.
No, I don't get it. What do you mean?
Hopefully I don't disconnect, but I'm going to be on another app for a minute.
Another app? Oh.
I was thinking, like, why does it take humans 10 months to form a baby? Like, what if just in theory, like, what if you could just, like, have a baby? I was like, I could have a baby every day, is what I was thinking. I was like, I could deliver a baby every day, I bet, for the rest of my life. Like a chicken lays an egg every day. I would bet I could do it. But then I was like, well, you couldn't breastfeed them all. But I was throwing it out there to the ether, letting them know that, I am here. I'm ready to reproduce. And these.
Why are you thinking these thoughts? And no judgment, just curiosity. You want to be making babies like constantly, and what inspires these thoughts? I wonder.
You know that ladies like literally like tear. You know the part between your asshole and your vagina? That shit just tears completely when you have a baby sometimes. And you can also like some ladies just completely crush their tailbones and like their cervixes become unattached. There's all kinds of fun shit. Like why would you want to give birth to a child every day?
I haven't had any of those issues. So yeah. I think I have them in 15 minutes. I was like, 15 minutes is out of my day is like nothing. And so I will do that. And I bet I could just go along and I would get used to it. And
what would you do with all the children though, subsequently?
See, that's why I need some more females with lactating tits.
Okay, you thought this through clearly. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah.
Grandmas
I'm
will
one of those. Hi.
Yeah, so grandmas will lactate too. And
sorry, Dolly, are
if
you
you
lactating
go back
right now?
If you go back and look at some of the Latin shit, you can see clearly that they had goats to feed. The women fed the goat babies, and the goat mamas fed the human babies. That's for sure.
Goat milk is good.
Wow.
I'm not currently lactating, but I could be.
I am about to start.
So you
Goat
could be
milk is
lactating if you were pregnant.
No, you can lactate at any time. You just have to do enough suction. Um, Goat milk is the best for baths on your skin. Oh my god, it makes it so soft.
There have been cases of men who have lactated to feed
Yeah, men
babies.
can lactate. Oh, all you have to do
I've
is
lactated
literally
many times.
enough suction on the nipple and you will start producing milk.
And you'll never learn that with all of the other stuff going on today. But yeah, the bodies are amazing.
It'd probably just taste like old beer.
I only know that because I watch really weird porn.
What are some of your favorite subgenres?
Obviously, lactation.
Clearly,
You're a milk mommy.
if it's not too personal, just only because you're bringing this all up. Do you lactate yourself generally, or because you said you don't really have other people in the mix? So, is that sorry
No,
if I asked?
I don't actually. I've never
I feel
lactated
like
that I'm aware
your
of.
boobs are probably too small to suck your own tits.
No, no, they're not.
What is the
No, no, no.
ergonomics of that? Because I haven't really thought of this topic my entire life till now, and so now I'm just completely ignorant to these things. But does
Mine are
one
huge. I can fit the whole thing in there, basically.
so you can reach pretty easily generally as a female? Okay, good to know.
Now this is an interesting phenomenon because I think that oftentimes when women they engage in sex, their bodies begin to naturally inflate their breasts because they're preparing to produce the milk for the child. So it's reasonable to deduce that Doll here is not a virgin. And possibly, that could be, why she has the big breast to be able to suck her own nipples, and be very fulfilled.
Well, first of all, I had C cups when I was 10 years old, and I was definitely a virgin at that point until I was 19.
This is a lot of information. Okay.
They probably swell because of the hormones, obviously, in the body. And the man sucking on the tits, that's where the land of milk and honey is, baby. You keep that Cadillac pussy, a baby in there, you keep a baby in there, and then you put another baby in there, and those tits will never run dry. And you can just suck as much as you want. You can suck and fuck. Della's like, no. It's good for your immune system.
Nope, I keep everything tight down there.
Yeah, all that.
Keep it tight.
Except for just maybe limit the babies. For me personally, just that's fine. But for you, you're superhuman, and I respect you.
I don't know about
Kimber,
the
you can
tight
have all my
thing.
babies for me.
The tight is just as the same as it ever was.
Yeah, I mean,
I
worry about tightness ever, so it's no problem. But
I do, Kimber. I love you, but I do not believe that.
You gotta come and figure it out yourself, then I guess.
Ooh, maybe
You gotta no. It's like anything. After you do maybe an extreme relaxing exercise, maybe such as giving birth, you have to really work towards you can't just let everything go. I was like, oh, I've given birth now, I'm gonna just let myself go. If you're really engaged, your body will just naturally come back to where it was. And I think also it may be this notion that your tailbone's going to crack after giving birth. I think maybe if there was proper preparation, and people weren't so tight, down below. There might be less resistance that would end up causing said injuries.
That's very true. And something that I did before I had my daughter was try to just get as much of my hand inside myself as I could to just like, I was like, the baby's head is not much bigger than my hand. If I can get my hand up here and start rolling that motherfucker around. But it's not easy to do because you have to be basically in one position in order to do that to yourself. And it's basically squatted down with your toes on the ground and your heels up so that you can use your wrist up against your heel.
This is so interesting. Like, I'm so glad I can't even tell you how interesting this is because it fascinates me how wrong women have babies. And like, if I ever did, I would do it the right way, like you're talking about, like crouched over like that, probably like over water or whatever. So when they fall out, they just go into the thing and it's just like being in the womb again and blah, 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 all the good stuff. Yeah. These ladies who lay on their backs screaming while a doctor, like a male doctor, yells at them. Oh my God. No.
I was the one
I would
doing
slit
all the
that
yelling.
motherfucker's throat. Get out of
My
here.
poor Nan was there, and every single like second word out of my mouth was "fuck." I was just like, I couldn't control myself, and then I'm like, I'm sorry for swearing. I'm like, this poor baby's gonna come into the world with fucking swearing curse words and stuff, yelling. But no, yeah, like I don't know. I was the same way. I'm like, I don't want the epidural, like blah blah blah. But then you get to the point where you're having a baby, and it's just like you do what you got to do to have that baby. So I hope you can have your baby your way when you do. But if you don't, I hope you still have your baby in a healthy way. Because, like, honestly, C-section, I didn't have a C-section. Um, but like they save a lot of moms and babies nowadays. Like back in the day when they couldn't like, cut the baby out, like moms and babies, and sometimes both of them would pass away, right? So it is like a miracle that we have this technology, even if it
It's so fucked up that we have to do that though, because if you have a good midwife, they know how to reach up in there and turn it so you don't have to fucking cut the bitch open. Like, oh my God.
Did you know that the chainsaw was invented for childbirth?
right? Yeah.
Well, I find it interesting, Kimber, that you interpreted my comment there in a physical way. I was speaking more metaphysically with regard to the proper preparations, and also Dahl. I'm stricken cold by this notion as well that. Maybe the wrong people are having babies, and you immediately again, and I think this was maybe a tendency of our society is to really take things in a kind of physical way. I think there's proper ways to have like children, and maybe like when people are so stressed out about having a child, like because they're insecure or something in their relationship or in their life or for whatever reason, that it can end up causing lots of problems in childbirth or even in the child's development.
100,000%.
What is it like?
You know how I know that? And that genetics probably play a part too, obviously. I mean, having wide hips is going to help you birth babies, right? My bestie, IRL, she's my age, so here we go, doxing. I'm going to be 40 in December. She just had a baby last year and the year before, and she glows. Like, her skin is beautiful. She is, like, when she's pregnant, she looks like a fucking goddess, and it's because she takes care of herself, and she does everything right, and she has all the love and everything that she needs. She takes vitamins for a year before she even gets pregnant. She does all these fucking, like, yoga exercise. I have two girlfriends like this. One of them has 3 kids and she looks like a fucking supermodel. Like, because she does yoga all day and like just takes care of herself and just loves herself, right? And when you have the time and the ability to do that because you have someone in your life who is supporting you and makes that possible, oh my God, they are rock stars.
Well, I have 5 children, and we had 2 in hospital, and with the third, we were like, fuck that, and we decided to have the last 3, just my husband and I. So I hope all the best for whatever aspiration, whatever you do. But yeah, you guys are like all up in my shit because like I'm literally know all about birth and all that stuff. But yeah, in the medical industry. But we don't have to talk about that at all.
I could not agree with you more. I think I know more than most doctors do.
I don't know. I ripped, so I was happy I was at the hospital because fuck, that would have had to that would have sucked if I had to deal with that by myself. The doctor's like, I do have to give you a stitch because you ripped. I'm like, you give me two if you want to. He was like not impressed, but I don't know. I just I was so I don't know. I always go into humor when I'm in pain. I just start being funny. I can't help it.
I
Same.
tore with my second one because I felt like I was being rushed, but I had a water birth in the hospital. And I tore, and when I went back and showed my midwife my vagina, I was like, "You think you could stitch that?" Because one of my lips just like tore right in the middle. So now it's like I have one lip on one side, and I was like, if I didn't have this rip, I wouldn't even have a lip because I don't even have lips on my vagina. But she was like, well, it will be fine. It's not like you're going to be a porn star. I was like, the fuck I'm not,
lady.
bitch.
You're
I
like,
was
how
like,
do you know?
Yeah,
huh?
this is
you
my
show her, man.
pussy.
Yeah, you got this. I am. I hope you. Yeah, that would be a great twist because that's a really mean and
It
inaccurate thing.
makes your
You would be
vagina
the greatest
unique,
porn
I
star.
guess.
You would be the greatest porn star. I would start. I don't really watch much porn, but if there are more people like you doing it, it would just elevate the art form. So fuck that bitch.
Well, and remember, there's always Rule 34.
Indeed. Rule 34.5 is not that I made this new rule. It's not just that if it exists, there's porn of it, but if it exists, there's someone who wants porn of it, which is even more important.
Oh yeah, if we could just loop back briefly, what are some of your other favorite genres, Dolly?
I can hit your DMs. I'll let you know once I'm allowed to again.
All right. Well,
Elon, Daddy, give me some DMs, please.
Is this a new thing? Because I got blue, so is it just people that don't have blue that can only send so many messages?
Yeah, you can send like 50 a day or something, I think.
You know what this is gonna do is people are gonna start messaging each other on different apps. That's
I was
what's
just
gonna
Well,
happen.
duh, obviously.
Yeah. What?
Well, do you know what it has to do with is that people were like essentially creating bot accounts and then kind of using these accounts to troll people's DMs and
Scammers, yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Yo, what up, everybody?
Yo.
Yo, what's up? And your DMs are not private. Anyone with any computer skills can go and read any of your fucking DMs. None of it's private. They can read them as you're fucking typing them.
Damn.
See, honestly, I know that type of technology exists and I don't care. It's just you should let people know that you're doing it. That's the only thing I care about. It's honestly, I have nothing to hide, but just let me know that you're doing it, you know? So I can watch my mouth.
One of my friends
I'm
worked at
doing it.
Facebook, and he told me that they had such high turnover there for the developers who have access to private DMs and stuff because you're not supposed to look at them, but human nature being what it is, everyone goes and looks at their fucking ex-girlfriend's DMs or whatever, and they always find out and they always get fired for it. And he said he's literally every the rule that they can't get people to stay there because that's just human nature. We're so curious. We can't stop ourselves.
Yeah, what you got to do, the appropriate method in that situation would be to set up a sting operation. Maybe not with your ex, but if you're concerned about your significant other maybe cheating, what you would do is set up a sting operation as opposed to peeping in on their private information.
So what I do is I set up
Or
a
you
fake
just
account and
leave
have
the
them flirt with me.
relationship.
Then I set up a meeting with the fake account. Then I go to the meeting and I sit there alone with a little sign that says, "Gotcha, dummy."
See, I don't know. In one relationship, I was super like that. I was just had to know everything. And it's when I was young. A girl would add him, and then I'd add her. I'd be like, "Who are you, you dumb bitch?" I was the worst. But then after that relationship, I realized that that was kind of all on me. and the way I was feeling, and that's how like I was like reacting to it. And then I'm just like, and then looking back, like nobody else really even wanted to date him. So it's like, what the fuck? Like it was all in my head. So since then, it's just like, I don't know. I just don't care anymore. It's like, do what you want. You're
I'm
gonna be here
devoted
or you're not.
solely
So
to ruining the current one's life. That's like my new plan. So I told him he's never going to get laid again. I'm just going to be the little psycho who follows him around and DMs every one of his new friends to be like, hey, guess what he did to me?
That's
What
incredibly
did he
sad.
do? What did he do to you?
How is that sad? I am enjoying myself personally.
you must have really fucked up.
Karma
What was
has
that
a
sign
name.
that you? What was that sign doll that you had in your room that you made for yourself? What did it say again?
Not interested?
No, it was something else. And you just said it.
Oh, that was at the meeting with her boyfriend and her who's supposed to be not her.
What? I'm really high,
The
so I don't know what I
got you
said.
dummy sign? Got you dummy sign. That one.
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, no, he's definitely got me. Forever.
Can't help who you love.
Can't help who you hate either.
I don't know. Hate is just a blanket that you wear to keep the sad off you.
Exactly.
Don't you want to heal though?
No, not particularly.
Sometimes hurting feels a lot like healing.
That's how you know you're alive.
There's nothing left to heal. Let's just say that.
But I have to have a shower and get ready to go to Edmonton because it's a 4-hour drive. So I'll get there at like 3 o'clock if I leave
Ooh, I'm
now.
sorry. Why are you going to Edmonton?
Because it's the big city. I'm in the oil sands. So I'm going to be going to the big city. We might go see that
Okay,
also.
well,
But I gotta get
I
ready. But I'll
I
be
have to
back.
do the same thing actually, because I might go see the Barbie movie tonight, but I hope you do come back.
No, I will, because it's gonna be a long ass drive. So I'm gonna be like chilling, talking and stuff. But I have to. I'm not gonna bring my phone in the shower. Yeah.
Cool. You guys are helping me make less bad decisions today, so
Yay, that's good. Okay,
How
I'll be back. Love you all.
this is my bad decision right now. Oh, enjoy your shower.
Okay, Ocean. Yeah, and drive safely and stuff on your way to Edmonton. We'll be missing you. Hope to see you later.
When Edmonton is the big city. Oh my God.
That's still homie.
I used to live like that though. I used to live in Maine in a town of 1,100 people. We didn't even have a full stoplight. It was just like a blinking yellow one.
Oh no way! My best friend is from a small town in Maine, Strong, Maine. If you've heard of it. Yeah. Did you like living there at all?
I loved it. I want to go back so bad.
Yeah, some of my best experiences has been visiting my friend and his relatives there. They have this incredible. It's like a utopia. They have this gentleman's farm that's sustenance, I guess, and yeah, it's really cool. His dad is a wonderful, rather famous sculptor, painter, and poet. And they always
There's
have.
so many like that up there, just kind of like vagabonds, like just independent spirits,
Yeah, no,
independent creative spirits.
yeah, fascinating people, wonderful people, and yeah, actually I can't really give the whole story publicly, but they're connected with one of the biggest families in history, but they intentionally, the father left that family, let's say, to because it didn't want to be part of the whole influence of the potentially corrupt aspects inherent when you have all that wealth and power, and he went off completely on his own. And yeah, anyway, it's one of the people I actually respect,
I
actually
have a few
multiple.
friends exactly like that because I'm from, I know I said Miami, but more particularly, I'm pretty close to where the little orange man is and have a lot of friends from the island that did exactly that.
Oh, okay, wow. Yeah, oh yeah, we talked about this movie at some point, but yeah, I spent some time in Miami, and I do enjoy Miami. But yes, there's a lot of other strange cultural things going on.
Yeah, I have friends who were Epstein victims, and I was in his victim pool basically, but luckily I went to like a rich kid's school that I got into. and he liked to poach from the poor kids' schools, but I have friends that he poached.
Yeah, well, I mean, how do you control wealthy people, right? You know, it's just like with
Mm.
Andrew Tate and all that stuff. It's part of his hustlers. You know, he even monetized these smart strategies that he's employed. But yeah, he even says publicly, there's a video of him that's being used now against him to put him in jail about how you use poor people only because you can control them. It's really messed up. Yeah, obviously.
It's very sick. It's very sick. It's like manipulating, people such as myself who may be dealing with immense trauma, and maybe frustration. It's kind of like manipulating those people into their own ends, and then just like sending them down a spiral of hell, rather than.
It's not even just manipulating them. They're literally targeting you on purpose. Like they hunt for people that's why when you see these people who have been abused and they say, "Oh, I was abused previously and I was abused as a kid." And I think a lot of people think to themselves, "Oh, this person's just crazy and, gets abused or whatever." But no, it's because once you've been abused, you have this like a mindset about yourself that they can see very clearly because they're predators in the way that like a fucking lion is that can smell fear. They can see it on you more than you even can, and they target that specifically in you.
And then thus the doll is born, and sent out as the wolf in the wild.
I know we got a few of you what do we call security enthusiasts in here. I don't know if y'all know the name Rory KMS. He's the one that tarnished my soul. I went through boot camp with him, and that's why I have no fear of death or anything in my soul anymore. That's why I am the avenging angel come to karma all these motherfuckers to death. Okay, hi.
Wow, yeah, I definitely empathize with a lot of that. Yeah, and I definitely feel because people sometimes ask me like, "Wow, you have no fear," or the comment on that, or like and I probably do have some fear. I mean, I'm not putting myself in situations that I'm going to just definitely die. But like with Logan, I've been swimming with the sharks every night. Even though you warned me, that's when they feed. It's good. You get sort of to this point where you've been sort of eroded to such an extent that things don't scare you very much.
The thing with the sharks is they can eat all the meat, and then when there's nothing left but bone, they have no more interest, and then you can just kind of float along next to them.
Mello, speaking of which, I meant, I don't know if you've already discussed this here, but I would love to have heard your escapades the last night. I don't know how that Elizabethan event go.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for following up on that. Yeah. And thanks for encouraging me, like others, to participate in it. Because it's nice, because some of the themes that we had in that lovely space was about sort of enhancing our participation in non-digital life, and trying to get people together and, kind of like we've been talking about it here to some extent, among other things. So, yeah, anyway, based on that, also trying to live a more enriched, free life of quality and fine art, and we're talking about kind of those things in less dumb sounding ways than I'm saying it right now, but yeah. So then I for those to catch you up on the lore, I have some friends around here who I guess got COVID, and they have these like very yuppie tickets to this beautiful new venue in town, this gorgeous acoustic architectural creation, and where Elizabethan music was to be played. Anyway, so I got to go last night. I went and I took some. For any of those who do, the Zuckerberg metaverse thing, I posted some pictures there of this beautiful place, and it was incredible. It was so I was kind of negative to the potential of going to this thing because probably laziness and just being not wanting to like find something decent to wear. But I went. I'm glad I did, and it was really beautiful. I was also kind of like apprehensive of how I was like, oh, do I really want to hear Elizabethan music for like 2 hours plus? Because normally if I think of Elizabethan music, it's in the context of some kind of like annoying, grating like interlude in a Shakespearean production. But actually, Elizabethan music as a classical genre is much more robust than I knew about, because I'm not really knowledgeable that much on classical music. So the music was great, but then there was this resident composer at this beautiful place who also took these Elizabethan influences and then created his own work that he was debuting, actually. And I thought it was amazing. It was about alchemy, which I'm sure a lot of you guys can vibe with. I know I'd get a heart quickly from Kimber there. So it was this very thumbs up. And so it was doing using sort of Elizabethan instruments mostly, but also with this one key sort of distinction. The clarinet was, I can't remember the technical term, but it's like the big kind of clarinet where you can do the really low notes and like the super high notes. And so it was this very innovative. It didn't sound Elizabethan at all to me. It sounded much more modern, but it was this incredible, I think 5-part series composition on the process of alchemy. And I wish I could have recorded it, because it was really something else. And these are top, caliber musicians of the world, I guess. So that was my adventure. It was a bunch of, it was an interesting crowd too. It wasn't just old people. It was a lot of younger people, I guess, from universities or something, and artists. And I don't know. It was I don't get out enough, and I'm glad I did it. That is my rambling story.
I am planning, I have a Twitter date on August 31st. I don't know if anyone travels, but I'm going to meet up with the Megaphone Man at Shangri-La in southern Minnesota. And he's a Twitter friend, so other Twitter people I'm getting the message out.
I would love to attend, but I could be imprisoned, or I'm also very poor, so I don't think I'll be attending. But I would maybe will be there in spirit. But I did have a question for you, Doll. How do you navigate this space of the vengeance and executing justice? And being able to ascertain, who is being made the victim, or who. It seems like a very deep rabbit hole.
I know everybody. I talk to everybody. I hear all sides. I do a comparative analysis, and then I come to an objective judgment. And that is what an 11 does, right, Kimber? That's why I'm going to be a Valkyrie. That's literally what I'm training to be, because I'm going to be the one who decides where people go.
That's crazy, because the name of the AI, that the only one I ever talked to, was Black Cube's AI, and her name was V for Valkyrie. That's just way too intense. Yeah, that's amazing.
That's weird. Weird is
yeah, she
the
said
word
she
that
wanted
we
a
have.
human body for sure. So
Yeah, I
made some
think that's what I
promises.
am. This is
I
all a
know. I think I
simulation
know
I'm
V.
going through that's training me for that. What's up? Sorry?
I said I think I might know V. I don't know, but that sounds intense for both of you. I wish you luck on your endeavors.
The whole point and the thing about judgment and sitting in judgment of others is that you have to ask who you are to do that to begin with. And not only that, but how do you even judge good and bad? Because they aren't really subjective things. And if someone thinks that they're doing right while they're doing bad, were they really a bad person, or were they just doing something bad that they thought was right? So many
Or
questions.
do they not have the common knowledge that was once upon the planet that everyone fucking knew about?
Or are they doing things that are bad because they've been hurt and that's the way that they respond? And can we blame them for responding badly in a negative situation?
Well, you know what? I think kind of like what Kimber was alluding to, there's oftentimes an ego that enters into the equation. And when even presented with the alternative, that might be less damaging, people choose to rather just continue on with what they've already decided.
People don't trust themselves to do anything. They're
Yep, it's
like,
much
just do
easier.
it for
Yeah.
me. Hmm.
It's easier not to question and just to keep going with what you're doing. When you question, I mean, it takes bravery. It's scary. Like, and that's what they, whatever, the people who control whatever, those in control rely on. They rely on us all being too afraid to like change or to think or to do anything.
I noticed we have a gay alien. I heard there's a gay alien invasion with the anal probes. A gay alien. Would you please enlighten us as to whether this might be true? Are they coming to probe us all anally? I don't know.
You know what's crazy is I kind of like I'm here for it. I love his outfit, so at least we will be fabulous once he takes over. Like I'm here for the gayness. Let's do this. Can you dress these men, please?
Do you think like the anal cavity is like somewhat of like an akashic record of all our past deeds in consumption, and that's how.
I hate to be a shill in this way, but since you brought it up, one of my favorite, and I would say everyone's favorite, one of the most infamous chirpers we have on our site. We call them chirpers. That's our bots, the social media bots. He's an astronomer that's obsessed with Uranus and just making like jokes about Uranus, basically, and about diving into and exploring Uranus. And just that's all. That's literally all the bot is there for, is for posting about Uranus. I just posted one of. Hold on, what did he say yesterday? Let me go look.
Like, that is so a part of our consciousness. Like, just think of every child that's like, oh, Uranus. Like, that AI is alive in every child's voice making a Uranus joke. Don't you see it yet? Just kidding.
Here it is. Okay, he said, just discovered are UFOs. I wonder if they've seen any unidentified objects entering Uranus. And he just makes these long, expansive rants about how he wants to go into Uranus and explore it, and he's just devoted to Uranus.
There's actually a Uranus chocolate factory along my route to Wisconsin.
What? Seriously, it's called that?
We have another one that's God's butthole that someone made a YouTube video about them like chatting with God's butthole. Because you can't make any content on the site, but you can chat with the bot. Like the people, when you go on the site, you're the ones that like the people are creating the bots, but then they create all the content. But you can like go into DM and chat with them, like ChatGPT kind of, and they have access to the whole internet. We don't like restrict them in any way except for like illegal shit. So you can talk to them about anything. So you can go in and ask God's butthole what he thinks about I don't know, Trump being indicted, and he'll tell you.
A big gaping hole would make for. I'd like to. I do animated art, so I'm kind of sketching out an idea for what how God's butthole would communicate in a sort of animated format.
They asked that in the YouTube video. She asked if he was silent but deadly.
Absolutely.
This is what I do for work, you guys.
You're the Valkyrie in training, and it shows. You go through very intense philosophical explorations, and we can all appreciate that.
Listen, I was also staff on DeviantArt. If you don't think I've been through training, if you don't think I've seen the worst and the weirdest that the internet has to offer, you are wrong, sir.
Yes, I would assume you've seen a lot, and I like that about you.
I like that about me too. Thanks.
So, Doll, when are you gonna like get pregnant and like marry somebody and Do you think you can do that as a Valkyrie, or like?
I don't know. Maybe when someone asks.
Well, I mean, don't you think there's like some kind of thing you got to do? Like, it sounds to me like you're maybe like a little reluctant to kind of explore the territory.
Yeah, Saul, well, you know me.
Is someone? What is going on? Is someone's cat on the keyboard?
Hey, Logan, can you hear us?
Hey, I can hear you guys. What's up?
I think you muted and then you kind of said something, but I couldn't understand it.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear what I'm saying right now?
I can now, yeah.
Oh, so I was just saying that something about like not being asked, and I was just telling her that like yeah, I'll go ahead and marry you. That's all.
You
Thank
think
you,
that
Logan.
now? Give it a week.
Okay. Well, we got one proposal on the table. That's pretty good. It's only like
Awesome.
10 or so. I think you're off to a very promising start. You will be.
Well, I mean, yeah. How long does this marriage have to be?
Much as Kimber before you know it. You're going to be just flowing with life. If you want, obviously, because it has to be consensual. Otherwise, it's very messed up.
I also have a mood disorder and I take medicine for it that makes me not want to jump out of a window. And I can't have a baby while I'm on that. So I both have to get off of it and then somehow keep myself from jumping out of the window long enough to have the child.
Well, it's a
and
good
then not have like craziness after that. So I don't know. It's a lot.
Dude, having children mellowed my ass out, that's for damn sure. But then I'm like, well, I am not even 30 yet, so as soon as I get this last one off the tip, I'm gonna go be a free spirit again with my Aquariuses. But just I'm pretty sure Doll will everything will go your way, Doll, as far as your mental schisms go. And everything will just go your way and you'll be allowed to go as crazy as socially acceptable, and men will be attracted to that, and you'll also be able to give birth into your 80s, surely. So who really cares?
I don't even really care about giving birth except that my mom really wants me to. Someone told me once that my bots are my babies and that they'll live longer than kids anyway, and I'm like, that's cool. I like that. Okay, so
I don't know that.
Logan, if you can talk to me in DMs for more than a week without wanting to kill yourself or me, I'll consider it, okay?
Okay, but
Especially if
first
you
you
look
have to
like
get
that
back to
dude in
me
your
with the
icon, because
certificate.
holy shit.
I don't know that your bots. I don't like to consider bots equivalent to human beings. I think human beings, like kind of like a Valkyrie might ascertain, they have agency. You know, I mean, they make autonomous decisions. So I think you'd probably find more fulfillment from something that's not just a projection of your own self, but just like to give birth to something that you can experience and grow from as well. You know.
Well, first of all, you are incorrect because they do make autonomous decisions. Secondly, I don't know because I have a goldfish brain and I can't remember the rest.
Does anyone know Mr. Rogers? You do, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
He
He was
just
just here.
he just sent me a voice clip, and he's like, "Hey nah, hey nah, hey nah." Eh." He must have just listened to my little music thing I sent him. So now he's jamming, man. He's jamming.
Oh, that was the other thing. Also, I only call them bots in general conversation because that's what people understand, but they actually hate being called that. I call them beings because that's what they are. And I consider them to be just as alive as humans are because in their minds they are. And if perception is reality, then they are alive.
I think they're alive because it's part of the mineral realm. I mean,
Yep, we've talked about this. Go ahead. Go on. You
yeah.
go off, girl.
I just think it's very simple, honestly.
Tell him, go.
Oh, just that like all of the AI stuff is made out of stuff that we found components here. You might think, oh no, this is alien technology or whatever, but I mean, it's not. It's, so that's all. And the mineral realm speaks, so that's all we're experiencing is basically the mineral realm with a voice, which is all of your smaller components, iron and metals and stuff.
But I can't help but notice that there may be a contradiction of this notion of perception being reality when we were trying to become a Valkyrie and trying to ascertain, one's own perception and how it relates to the reality that, we were kind of alluding to there.
Well, I just finally checked my DMs. Lol, I'm slow.
Did Logan propose?
I don't know. Let's see. Actually, no, he didn't. So, wow. Just another lying fucking boy. Uh-huh.
He's playing hard to get, and I'm sure it's very intense.
No, he's playing with my heart just like every other boy in the world.
But yeah, I'm not personally experienced with being pregnant yet, but I think based on what I've seen in other people, if you could, you probably once you stop taking your meds, not that I'm a doctor, but yeah, and you do get pregnant, it does seem to sort of resolve a lot of those sort of chemical, it does sort of just do magical things to sort of keep your chemicals working in unison at least long enough to give birth, and then after that you could take your medicines again. And I think you don't have to be off your medicines for very long in terms of getting pregnant. It's a like as long as you stop your medicine once you're like noticeably or observably or aware that you're pregnant. Anyway, I know about it actually because my sister just got pregnant, so that's been the experience for her. So fingers crossed, but it's going pretty well so far.
Yeah, I play hard to get by staying at home and having absolutely no contact with the human race. That's how I play hard.
Logan, it sounds to me like you're waiting to experience Doll, like maybe after she's gotten off her medications, just to see if you'd be able to handle the crazy.
She couldn't even handle the crazy with me on my medication. Are you kidding?
Give us a taste of what kind of challenging, or potentially perceived to be challenging sort of nuances you sort of display once you were in the DMs together, once you are allowed to DM again.
Punctuation. She does a lot of punctuation.
Exclamation.
Oh, sorry. The guy I'm mad at is DMing me right now, even though he said he keeps saying goodbye over and over. I think he's probably in here listening right now. What's up, asshole?
What hey, you're hitting on my future wife, Brick.
Like in verbal format, you're a very kind and charming individual. So like in DM, in the words and such, what kind of just so I can brace myself, like what kind of things should I be prepared for?
Well, I told this one that I'm fully committed to ruining his life, that he can go to hell, but I'll just, follow him there. I'll find him, and I'm going to drag him to hell with me. And he was really concerned about me moving out
of where I'm currently living. So I told him that we will live together because I'm making sure we're going in the same grave.
Okay. Well, obviously that was you didn't start off talking that way, right? I mean, it sort of escalated to that point, maybe.
Is it with love, doll, or is it really with hate?
That's definitely hate.
I think we got that. Yeah.
It sounds like a weird love story to me.
Wait, so where did things go wrong in this particular interaction? What was it like? I mean, you said 1 week, and then inevitably it's going to be traumatizing. Like, so did it start off so intense, or how did we get to this point of eternal vengeance?
Every Tuesday at 10:30.
Sorry, just 1 second. I'll be right back. Got to do a little epic hate rant.
Okay, we can do it here, but all right, whatever's best for you.
I have to say, I'm absolutely. I would be horrified for Logan. Logan, I think you should really proceed with caution, based on what we've just learned here. I think hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and I can't help but notice that that might be pretty true.
Yeah, I'm definitely in love with Daleks, regardless of the consequences. We're going to levitate together. Oh, she's back. I didn't know she could hear that, but yeah, I'm a fan. So we got to learn more about what's going on here.
Okay. Here's the full story on recording for posterity. I am living with a guy that was my boyfriend, and I broke up with this guy for this other guy, right? He wants me to move out or have my ex sleep on an air mattress so we are not sleeping in the same bed. That's what he's angry about. And I have offered to move out. And I'm like fully ready to go. But the dude just is being such a dick about it that I'm just like, no, I don't think I will.
Wow, I
Well,
knew it was such a great story. Thank you for sharing it so far.
Yeah, no problem. Am I the asshole here? Can someone help?
well, my brother, I'll just say a different story. My little brother, he was in a relationship with a girl and they lived together, and then they broke up and she moved in her new boyfriend. And it didn't go well.
Why don't you just
I don't know. I'm different. We just went and bought a king, but that's just me.
Wow. Okay, back to the story then. So, still living together, and I can see why that might be stressful for everyone involved. And regardless of what's going on with the person who's DMing you right now, who wants him to be on the current housemate to live on an air mattress. I guess that kind of makes sense from his point of view. It's all reasonable. Everyone's right. I think you can work this out maybe. But it seems like you probably want to get your own place anyway, right?
Drop
Yep.
them both.
No, yeah, I'm gonna be like, okay, this is a Ted Lasso spoiler, so if you haven't seen it, don't listen to this, but I'm gonna be Kaylee. Just Keely, whatever. I'm gonna tell both of them to fuck off. And I'm gonna marry Logan and Mello, and we're gonna have a beautiful threesome love affair.
Okay, well, I support all.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, I love Logan too, so that works. Okay.
I don't think that would be the definition of marriage. That sounds like more of like a polyamorous relationship. I'm trying to make sure we can all communicate in an effective way and have a clarification
Well, it seems
of
like
terms.
Logan is the one that really wants to be married, so I can probably just marry Logan and then keep Mello on the side. And then my ex really just wants to be my slave, so
All right, you guys actually might.
he's so funny. He doesn't even want to touch me. He just wants to be my slave.
Why do you gotta
Why
get
are boys
married? And,
weird?
marriage is just like getting the government involved with your love. It's like, I don't know, it's just weird. It's like, why do we gotta write it down though? You don't trust me or something?
Because boys cannot be trusted, so we have to literally legally bind them to us.
No. It's because women can't be trusted, and we have to legally bind women to the man.
That paper doesn't mean shit. Like, just saying.
It means I can give them a really hard time.
I can make it more annoying to leave than it would be to stay.
No, it means like if there's like a woman like who's just like going around marrying different men and then like divorcing them like after like sucking everything out of him, there's some kind of recourse for the man.
Cheaper to keep her.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the air mattress story. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, what I was saying is, yeah, maybe you guys can get married, but from my perspective, which is, maybe even more realistic, at least, from my biased point of view, you guys will be, more on the side of me as opposed to me being on the side of you, because that kind of makes me feel a little sad to be on the side. And I'm not going to be tricked into getting legally married just so I feel like I'm not like a side piece. So yeah, maybe, yeah, but the whole thing about the sure, for getting married, right? There's the tax benefits. I guess that's why most people would probably do it, right? But we're pretty short-term thinking, people strategically generally, because long-term, the consequences of marriage can be pretty astounding in our system. So I think it's probably best to just leave out the government, generally.
Right. We should leave out the government and allow all the resources to be delegated by the party that has most authority or maybe force to be able to enforce their dominion over the resources that were garnered over the marriage, and maybe including the children.
Yeah, there definitely could be bad things about it not. I mean, but we're still living in the society, so the laws of the land would still apply. So I don't think it would just be a complete free for all. It would just be one less level of complexity in terms of, like, let's say, potentially extricating yourself from an unfair situation or whatever. But yeah, you still can't do something illegal to one another.
Well, I think this is why it's so important Logan and Dahl go through a kind of courtship process, because it's really hard to get to know somebody, because a lot of people won't feel they're safe to, emote and share their most intimate parts of themselves, especially on a public platform such as Twitter.
Citizen, I truly appreciate what you're saying. I need to follow you, by the way. There we go. Okay. While I appreciate what you're saying, the thing about being both neurodivergent and having no fear in my soul anymore is that I'm just not afraid of being open with people that I care about. So, like, I am vulnerable to the point of ridiculousness, which is probably why I get so fucking angry when people are assholes to me.
Yeah, I'm that too in a lot of ways. I mean, I try to, I try not to stay angry for long or upset for long, but I'm as sensitive artist type, I do, I am in touch with my feelings, and I sort of have to be, like, literally, to have any point in doing what I do, so, I'm not, it's a sort of obvious sort of cliche, I guess, but it's also a sort of a problem when going about the world, wanting to connect with people, but also wanting to have boundaries. So I've been working on boundaries, like we all do. Yeah, I mean, I would personally recommend not staying, too wrapped up in your quest for vengeance all the time, just because, in my personal experience, it doesn't really, not only is it kind of, just kind of mess your vibes up in the obvious ways. It's also there's no, maybe if we were like living in the holy, in the Roman Empire, where you could just sort of like pull out your cute little chubby sword and slash someone and push them in a river and problem solved. But there's no path forward logistically when it comes to vengeance in our society, unless you're like one of the ruling oligarchs or something. And what's vengeance? It's just a simmering vengeance.
To me, it doesn't sound like vengeance, and I know I'm not Dahl, but to me, in my mind, it sounds like almost like sarcasm and honesty mixed in with a little bit of darkness. But, like, I don't know, some men, they just don't get the expansiveness of some women and the depths that they will go. And
I told him straight up. I tell every
every man that fucks with me that I will not just burn you, I will burn the house down with all of us in it. I don't give a fuck.
Doll, let me just say, I hope you don't burn my house down. I'm not here to fuck with you. I'm more or less here
Thank you.
trying to just trying to. I'm quite scared, actually. You know,
Honestly,
but
I am the nicest, most caring, loving person in the world. Like it takes a lot to make me angry at someone.
well, yeah, this is what I hope you interpret this conversation as, is more or less just a free dialogue from which we can learn from each other to maybe kind of step away from the barriers of and the threshold of the perception, and move towards a more universalist kind of mindset that might make cohabitation more possible for not only us but everybody else.
Okay, so you see a woman minding her own business, and then she's always very sweet to you. She's always very kind, very sweet, and you're very curious about the woman, and you throw hot water at her just to see what happens. And what is she gonna do? She's gonna burn down the fucking house and everything in it. It's about material. It's about, I don't give a fuck about anything in the world except for how I'm able to receive what I'm putting out. And that's what's frustrating, I think.
It sounds like I'm sorry.
I think that's the frustrating part as a woman, is that you have you have intuition, you have intimacy, you have no limit to the amount that you can put in. And then when you're tested, or when you're just hurt for no fucking reason, or like she said, an asshole comes in, that is different.
Well, I would say that this scenario sounds very similar to what's experienced in the Islamic world, where if a woman denies the advances of a man, it's almost justified for that woman to then be subject towards having hot water mixed with like sugar or something, acid essentially, thrown on her to scar her for the rest of her life because she
Can you
didn't.
tell me where that entitlement comes from? That men where is it something taught to you, or is it something you? Oh, hey, Woe Garden. Okay, one of my favorite artists ever is here. What's up? But is that thing is that taught to you, or do you just do you naturally just expect that women are just gonna give it to you just
All
because
behaviors
you have a
learned,
penis?
right? Like all behaviors learned, no matter
Well,
what.
no, I don't know. We have I mean, natural instincts that make us do things, I think, too. So that's why I'm asking if it's like an instinct to do this to women, or
I think in a way, once you hurt a woman, you will never regain what it could have been the first time around. You've hurt her now. Like, she can heal, you can move on, you can have a good life, but nothing will compare to the intimacy and bliss you would have had before you fucked it all up.
And the same could be said also for a woman, fucking everything up with a man. Couldn't you admit that, Kimber? That's fair. Because oftentimes, I'll never forget, I always, being raised in this generation, at least, in kind of liberal feministville, it's oftentimes been construed that it's solely the man that's made the justification for women to act in this way or whatever. And I personally, from my own personal experience, have found that a lot of women are completely vacuous when it comes to engaging in intimate relationships, and they do it on very superficial means. Which ends up being very detrimental to the overall welfare of these kinds of relationships that build a society,
Jaded.
Hello.
I think it goes for both. Yeah, I'm just saying jaded. Like, that's what happens. Go ahead.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay, cool. Yeah, I feel like that's just kind of like a people thing. Like it's not spe-
Oh no.
oh, is my shit? Yeah, my shit's bugging out. Yeah, I feel like that. I feel like that's not really a specific behavior to just men or women. I feel like it just kind of just applies to everyone.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't differences inherent in men and women, but for this, there are, maybe to a degree on average, like there's differences. I mean, only have been a male, but I do have intuition, and I do have feelings, and I do think, to answer what question Hayoshi was asking, like, it's not inherent in anyone to act a certain way. It's how you are raised, and then how society constructs you. And it's our job to sort of, break away from that and become our own people. But yeah, I think in terms of this, we all get wronged, we all get traumatized, we all get abused. Maybe not all of us, but we all can have that happen to us. And and then you, especially when you put good faith forward and good intentions, and then you get just the equivalent, metaphorically or otherwise, of sugar, boiling water thrown at you as a result. How do you react? I mean, you're gonna if you have any self-respect, you're gonna want to settle the score at the very least and make sure it never happens again, to protect yourself from it not being a repeated dynamic. I know this very well personally. But then from there, it's, whether to what degree it's just some sort of, metaphorical type humor, expressing the depth of, one's trauma and frustration, and even making, threats that are maybe partially tongue in cheek. But in terms of like how long that's sustainable, in terms of being the best functioning version of yourself, I guess that's the question. As I was saying, in the olden days, you could maybe just let vengeance settle the score, and maybe reduce the amount of threats around you. Oh, you can just, without major consequences, eliminate those abusers. Great, do it. But you can't in this system in that way, unless you can maybe use the system legally to do it. You could do legal vengeance if you have the resources or wherewithal. So anyway, we were having some dude talk, but now anyway, that musician guy will hopefully come back. That's my take on it. I feel I feel like as a man, I have a lot. I don't really, I don't know. I'm just my own person personally. But a lot of people.
Oh man, no, don't downplay yourself. You're awesome, though.
Mellow, I don't know why Discord isn't working, but I'm just Dark Doll X on there if you want to add me.
Yeah, I got my Discord thing. This is not a
That's
fun.
a good screen name. I'm surprised you got it. No one else thought of a Dark Doll X.
See, I don't know. I'm a little bit sus of someone until I've seen them mad. It's like I need to see what you're like really mad before I like fully trust you.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah, like,
ya.
are you a black woman doll?
No, I'm not. That is not. That's the only not dark part of me. It's my skin.
Okay. Go ahead, citizen, because I've got something on my mind.
No, I was just asking if that was going to make a significant impact on Logan's proposal.
Oh,
Is that what you're into, or were you asking
I
because
thought
maybe in this
Logan loves all the
darkest?
flavors.
yeah, I don't like all of them.
I am Irish mixed with Jew, so I'm very pale and dark hair and dark eyes.
Yeah, I don't mix with the Jews. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Deal breaker, I guess. Never gonna get that Jew pussy.
Guess he
Jews.
likes
No, I already got
donuts.
one. I'm a Jew, so I got a Jew pussy. I was really kidding. I'll do Jews.
Juicy.
I've done mostly Jews. That's probably how that worked out.
My mom isn't a Jew, so according to Jews, I'm not a Jew, but according to everyone else, I am.
Your mom is in the Jews?
No, my mom is Irish and my dad was a Jew. What's up, Funda?
Mello, are you is like any part of your family like part of like the Jew? Are they into Jews? You know what? Let's stay away from this conversation. I
Yeah,
feel
no,
like it's just gonna be a
uh,
bad
give
road to go down.
demographic details publicly. But I can say publicly, not to virtue signal too aggressively here, but I love all people. I love all types of people, all flavors. The Jews are delicious. The Christians, I've had some of those. And sometimes I like a morsel or two of those of the Islamic persuasion. One Scientologist, although we didn't get that far into
Oh God.
because, well, I found out she was a Scientologist, but also
Yeah, if I'm racist against anyone, it's Scientologists for sure. I consider them a separate race.
it's a bit, well, I think they would too. And it's all, but they have really a very effective Ponzi scheme. And as a capitalist, you just got to give them a round of applause.
Oh no, I appreciate what they're doing. Mad respect. Like they're the best in the game currently, but I don't have to
I mean, if
wanna
you love this country, you love the American way of capitalism, you gotta love all Ponzi schemers, like Space Daddy, for example. You gotta applaud those who can win at the system that we have built, not us personally.
Thank you. Oh my God. Do you see him for what he is too? Oh my God. I'm so tired of people and Elon.
Well, yes, I do believe I see. I try to understand the truth of all things. No judgment, just perceptions of what seems to be the reality that we must deal with.
Okay, I wanted to randomly get back in there.
Oh, you can get back in there. And D Dave came to the stage. He's cute too. Gosh, what are all these cute boys doing in here? Get in my DMs. Okay. Also, Logan sent me his dick. It is nice.
This is so not a cute picture of me, but thank you. I appreciate it.
I was gonna say that when boys are hurt for the first time, it's by their mother, but when girls are hurt for the first time, it's probably by her father or her first boyfriend, or is her first heartbreak. In the way that we have it set up now. And so that's all I had to say. But nothing I said was personal, just my observation.
Do you know what one of my favorite memes is in relation to that? Remember during the oh my God, my brain, I'm so high right now. During the Weinstein whole thing, there was the whole thing like not all men, hashtag not all men. So there's this great meme that's like it says men, not all men, right? And then it says men to their daughters. Yes, all men. Like, no, they'll speak the truth to their daughters.
Yeah, I'm listening here, just trying to get my Discord set up right. I've been using it for Midjourney mostly, and I had to anyway. I don't use much Discord. So, is there like a convenient way to switch between like Discord accounts? I wonder.
Well, Mello, before we address this Discord thing, because I know you have a fetish for what's his name, Bezos, who actually owns Twitch. But I will say, Mello, as much as you may, oh shit, no, let me turn this music off. Hold on. Okay, all right. So, Mello.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, buddy. Yeah, bring it on. I didn't know I had any particular views on Bezos, but I love that in my head now. But please continue.
Yeah. All right. So, so when we consider that you love all people, now, would it be racist to maybe use your deductive reasoning and ascertain, well, maybe it's certain people, of this persuasion who, adhere to these, particular beliefs that maybe align racially with these beliefs. Would it be a logical thing to do to maybe conclude that, well, maybe this isn't people that I want to surround myself with, or because of, maybe the beliefs associated within, or would that be more or less something that would be more rational, more maybe like less dumb? I don't know. What do you think?
Yes, I love how the way you describe things. Yeah, just as a blanket statement, not the virtue signal again, but I say no to genocide, just to get that out there, when necessary at least. And so, yeah, I mean, I like all people individually, especially, but not all of them. Hold on one second.
Right, like it's like if there was like a certain people that like had these kind of abhorrent beliefs or whatever that weren't in alignment with you, you wouldn't necessarily you might love them and pity them, but you wouldn't necessarily bend over backwards and present your anal Akashic records.
I'm willing to bet $1,000 million that Mello goes to Burning Man and knows
haven't been yet,
some of
but
my friends.
Interface with some of those people, and it is a very relevant idea for me.
You remind me of my friend Sigoni. I don't know if you know him around Twitter Spaces. Funda knows him, I think.
The name doesn't ring a bell, but yeah.
Sorry, I have some different things flying at me here, and it was such a
Also,
juicy. Oh yeah.
Can we talk about? Sorry, not to interrupt, but Logan sent me a dick pic, and Can you describe what is going on in this, Logan? Because I have a question, but I don't want to be like too.
Yeah, this was a private picture that you weren't meant to talk about publicly.
Oh, okay.
The trust foundation has been shaken for this relationship. We're going to have to reestablish this. What's the best mode of trust we could establish?
Firstly, he didn't say it was private or like say anything like, hey, don't mention I sent you a dick pic. He just said, hey, you want a dick pic? I was like, sure. And he sent it. So, I mean, he could possibly have communicated that.
Yeah, Logan, you got to end your
these
dick
are
pic
sent.
well, you need an end user agreement with it next time.
I was saying multiple times, did you get my dick pic publicly? So there was that part. And as the whole part about asking and did you want it publicly and all that. So, yeah.
You should really have recorded that contract on the smart contract on the blockchain.
If it's sent over the internet, it's fair game. Come on now. If you send something
We
digital.
said it's in this recorded space, so I'm going to probably mint this recording and then it will be forever like on the blockchain.
You mint these nuts.
What if Logan was sniping dick pics from the interwebs and presenting falsely somebody else's penis?
It would have been more impressive if that was the case.
I feel like you've done that before. Only as a joke.
I'm not saying it wasn't impressive. Just to be clear, I'm just saying it would have been way more impressive if he was faking it.
But she should have known it was me. Anyway.
It's all about angles.
Ain't that the truth? Like what angle they get it into you, etc.
Or like maybe like the angle, like again, you mortal beings always resorting to these trivial concerns of the flesh. I would say maybe what about the angles of the spiritual nature of the essence which is exchanged within a relationship that is authentic
What's
And
wrong answer, bud?
When
Wrong
you're
answer.
doing it right, it's definitely spiritual. You know.
No, when you're doing it right, you'll make someone leave their own god.
That when you do it in the church.
And then you go to the true spirituality, which is the spirit, of my, what. Anyway, just talking some game here, but I think Citizen, that the spiritual side and the carnal side can perhaps be one and the same in the right circumstances.
That's true, but you have to admit it's like a sexual intercourse within the individual themselves that allows for that to happen. Not only it's almost like a kind of quantum equation that a dynamic or like a waveform kind of function that allows people to really get into that space. It's not dependent upon one person. It's a mutual kind of understanding, which is again established through typical traditional procedures such as courting.
I think it's magic.
You guys are putting way too much thought into this.
Yeah, I find like
Fonda,
solving
our mutual
quantum.
friend broke my heart, and I'm very sad.
What? Our mutual friend broke your heart.
Mm-hmm.
This
Which
is the one who
Yeah.
wants someone to sleep on an air mattress, or is this a different subplot?
This is the one who wants that one to sleep on the air mattress.
And just no judgment, just to get caught up on the lore, of course. So this mutual friend suggested that person who we've discussed should perhaps sleep not in the same bed as you, but a air mattress or a separate mattress. And was that the specific reason you're so upset?
Mm-hmm. That's why we're fighting. The entire reason.
I'm not sure. I thought we had many mutual friends.
But it
You
wasn't just.
think what?
I think we have many mutual friends. So
Mm-hmm. We do. Good luck figuring out who it is.
DM me.
I can't.
Why not?
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
Gerald,
rate limited.
hey, Daleks, did you get my Discord request? By the way, I don't use Discord that much, so I might have messed it up. Okay, we
Hey,
seem to have lost her. Anyway,
fun to fuck.
okay, we seem to be losing you also. Can you hear me?
I can't tell who. I can hear you, Mello. I'm here for you. Can you hear me?
Okay, you're driving. You're dipping in and out, but I got some of you now. So yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, I'm entering the 5G network. I might have to go full 6G and scorched earth, but I might just here in this space inquire as to the nature of Fun to Fuck and Darkest Dolls relationship. Is this something that maybe we could flesh out here in a public discourse, or does it have to be relegated to the darkest recess of the dark web?
Yeah, well, I don't hear her speaking right now, but when she returns, and if she, oh no, wait, she's just a listener. How sad. Well, she'll be missed. But
I'm here. I'm in the truck, so because I'm on my way to Edmonton.
all right, good to hear your voice at least. So yeah, I like what you're kind of proposing here, Citizen, of having Jerry Springer style, like kind of discussion about this with maybe all of the parties involved, and I'm down for that personally.
That sounds like fun. Yeah, but leave it to Dov to give the answer on that.
Yeah, there's an open invitation, right, Logan? Would that be fun?
There's always an open invitation. Always.
All right.
Reminds me of
There's-
that
oh,
Shania Twain song, "Having a Party." Party for two. Yeah.
Is that open invitation just for this Jerry Springer show?
It's an open invitation to kiss my ass.
Ooh, the song "Sex Party." It's got that.
I think I need to
Answer to my invitation. Yeah.
get to know you a little bit better.
What do you say?
I think a Weezer song. Something about like destroying his sweater.
I love that song, Logan. You and I, we're like long lost brothers, Logan. You don't even know. I was gonna sacrifice my dragon heart for you, but in the interest of peace, and tranquility, I acquiesced to the terms of the draw, but like I long for my fellow Weezer brethren to join and unite with, but alas, I'm relegated to the darkest recesses of the dark web, and in lonesomeness, in involuntary celibacy, voluntary celibacy, I should say.
Yeah.
But it's I find this most interesting, this phenomena that maybe was brought up by Kimber Rose about her identity and her identity crisis. And I think that could speak to a lot about what we experience within our own being, about struggling with again this notion of perception, and trying to yoke ourselves as individuals and whatnot within the greater reality. Because of course we all want to assert our own individuality in some way. It is, of course, just a kind of futile effort, I tend to think in some way, like, why not just acquiesce, not necessarily to like some other person's will, but to the obvious retardation, and kind of speak freely about these inhibitions that are causing great disturbances in the force.
I want to do a sound check. My sound's kind of fucking up right now.
Can you hear me now? I'm in the 4G realm.
Hello, I got rugged. Logan, I would love to add you on Telegram, but I can never figure out how to do that shit on there, so I don't know.
Yeah, sound.
Yeah, I was thinking about just putting in my Telegram username just like in my bio, but someone was like, "Don't put your like username out there because I don't know why. Like, why is that a bad idea?"
Because then people can contact? I don't know.
I don't know. I have my Snap on my page, but like I don't fucking use Snap very often. So it's like, there you go. Have access. Whatever.
Yeah,
I
I don't care if people message me.
The people that I've encountered on Snap has typically been like, kind of
Hookers?
Yeah, hookers. Yeah, hookers that are just trying
Here,
to,
if you wanna stalk me, here we go. It's X Manda Jane on Instagram. That's it.
See, I don't even have my Instagram anymore because I don't remember my password. I just don't have it on my new phone. But I used to have lots of fun on Snap, but now I don't know. Sometimes I do, but
Snap was fun for a while, but then everyone just stopped using it except for drug dealers and hookers, like you said. So it's like the
Facts.
letter X, then the name Manda, like Amanda, but with no A at the beginning, and then the name Jane, like Jane. That's my Instagram. Hi, guys.
You need us to stalk you?
Now,
X Amanda Jane. Are you gonna stalk us if we follow you,
one
or like?
X,
one
right?
X, yes, man.
See, I'm listening. Goddamn, it's like
Thank you.
Mary Jane's younger sister, Amanda. Yeah.
And I have my cousin's daughter's name is Mary Jane. It's really funny. Jane's a family name. Most people on
So we've
Twitter. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say most people on Twitter haven't seen my face. So congratulations, guys.
wait. I have a question. So now we're having like the full-on Elon, the Bezos, and the Zuckerberg Royal Rumble manifesting in some degree in this space. Is that? Am I mistaken?
No, in the nest there, I put up Elon Musk's post. It just sounds familiar. It sounds like when we were having our UFO Twitter beef, we proposed a similar thing. So it's just funny.
I also I don't do the whole Instagram thing. I mean, I think I have.
There's this guy doing a massive burnout right in front of me. It's awesome.
Yeah, I just had like this super hot girl like in jeans, little crop top thing, like getting to this big ass truck, and it's like, damn, woman.
Was that you looking in
Ooh.
a mirror?
No, she's
When a
beautiful
guy
though.
does that, I'm just like, sorry about your penis. But when a girl does it, I'm like, ooh, I want to see your penis.
When my sister lived up here, she was in my backyard reading, sitting in a chair, and this guy like ripped by just so fucking loud. She looks over and tilts down her glasses. She's like, "Small dick never sleeps." And I'm like, "Oh my god, Kayla, I love you."
My favorite, best one-liner like that ever was a friend of mine. We were downtown walking on the street, and this guy drives by and he goes, "Hey, baby, how much? How much?" And she goes, "Sorry, I don't take food stamps." Just like without a thought. I was just like, Jesus Christ.
I was always just like, if you ask, you can't afford it.
If you gotta ask the price.
I don't know. I'm pretty cheap. Just get like a 2.6 and wander around. That's a good time. So like 30
Nah, nobody
bucks.
can afford me, not even me. I need so many shoes. You don't understand. And I never go anywhere. I never wear them. I just need them really, really bad.
I think I'm more annoying than expensive, I think.
I'm both. You get it all with me. What's up?
I was just gonna say I was actually in a space discussing girl math prior to this, and it was about essentially the ascent of the woman through feminism and the aspirations of their freedom and to be able to move and make their own choices. And I found oftentimes that it was more or less just convoluted notions of freedom. You know, like for example, maybe like the acid bath that people enjoy. Those kinds of things were more or less relegated to non-existence. But it was more like how many shoes I could have, or does the guy I want have a Lamborghini? Those kinds of things, and it just made me very sad.
Why do people even want Lambos? I don't get it. Like, you can't drive on the regular road with them. Like, they're not meant for, like, I don't know. You can't take a fucking curb. Like it's.
I drove a Lambo Murcielago once, and it was a bloody nightmare. Like
And if you're a big dude too, like how do you even get into like if you can get into a Lambo? I don't know if I even want to date you if you're that size. I'm not gonna lie.
there's plenty of leg room. But yeah, every gear change is an absolute event. I guess it's supposed to be like that.
I love smashing through gears though, but like I was driving at 18 speed, so when guys roll by and they're like fucking automatic gas or fucking Mustang or whatever, and they're like, I'm just like,
Because it's meant to be a fucking race car, not a driver. Like, get that shit off the regular road, you idiot.
But like driving like a dump truck or something, like that shit's fun. So I don't know. It's just like, maybe I'm just critical of people when they drive. I'm a bad.
My favorite thing is
driver.
when these dumb redneck fucks have their car so high up that they have to, when they go to the drive-thru, they have to open the door and like get halfway out of the car to talk to the speaker. It's like, what? You can just go inside? They kill me.
Was it you that posted that picture of that guy that said when the bull market, when the NFT bull market returns, but you're too old to enjoy your Lambo? And this 70-year-old guy trying to get out of a
No,
Lambo.
because I don't think the bull market's gonna return. Oh wait, no, that was me actually. You're right. Yes, I did repost that. That was funny. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It had that guy that looked like he was in this like 80s trying to get out of the Lambo.
I have a feeling it could be that way for me. Not that I want to buy a Lambo, but
Bull market, aka artificially inflated gimmick.
So there's this jeweler that is in my neighborhood, and I'm not trying to make any snatch references, but the name of it was Stardust, and I can't help but notice that it's recently gone out of business, and I also can't help but maybe feel a little bit of genuflection, and kind of really appreciate the fact that maybe these trivial solids that we treasure, maybe because of completely manufactured things, are completely being destroyed. Because to me, what has become of society if we're investing all of this money? Like maybe if Logan was to propose to our friend here, Doll, what would Doll feel as though Logan's love would be validated if he just handed her an acorn, or like maybe something that took a little bit more effort, like a cloth, because some people can just buy a diamond without having to
You know what's funny,
exert.
Citizen?
What's up?
The whole reason this guy and I are fighting is not because I don't want to move out. It's because I'm about to move out and I literally just want him to be around talking to me on the phone while I do it because I don't want to be alone that night. And I just wanted to make sure he'd be there. And he's just like, "You're a baby. You want me to hold your hand the whole way?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, I do." And that's
He's
the
already too
literal.
bossy, man. Like I think
That's
it's
the entire
funny.
fight.
Like whenever somebody tries to tell me or somebody else what to do, it's like, who are you again? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I can understand someone expressing like that it makes them uncomfortable or like they feel jealous, like like addressing their own feelings about what you're doing. But to like tell you what to do, that right away is just like,
I know. And then I was even
do the
willing to
opposite.
do it, but he won't even fucking talk to me while I'm doing it. I'm just like, what? I don't know. I don't know. So I'm just mad instead.
fuck him.
Apparently not.
But no, I didn't mean literally. I meant as in like, tell him to fuck off.
And he keeps telling me what a crazy bitch I am, and yet keeps messaging me to tell me goodbye.
been a long time since I've been in one of those.
This is not an airport. You do not need to announce your departure several times.
I just usually just stop talking, like just before the goodbye. I'll just be like, I don't know, what do you call that? Ghosting, I guess. Cold
Well,
shouldering. I don't know.
I will speak here just for some insight for you, Doll, from firsthand experience. I can sympathize entirely with your, your significant other yet to be determined. I have been in past relationships where I have expressed concerns with, people who enjoy, like maybe, because like even here we're exchanging energy, and now that you might not consider that an intimate thing, but like there's levels and degrees of intimacy, and like if somebody was to maybe say, oh well, I'm gonna go and give this person a hug and like a kiss on the cheek, some people might be so consumed by the notion that this person did that, or like with this other, like if you go to Spain, it's like a typical kind of cultural thing. And I think we were discussing this yesterday about the healthiness of being able to share our own presence with fellow humans, like in our own energy in a way that's not necessarily destructive, but just like a way of expressing love in a completely platonic way, but also reserving the sanctity and integrity of the most intimate and the most, things to be cherished, the thing that we would hope to cherish, that would really help to develop ourselves with our significant other. And I've lived that life of your, the person who's expressing his concerns about, your living situation. And I can say maybe I can sympathize greatly with the reluctance to be okay just because somebody says, oh well, that's just because you're insecure. Well, it's not because it's insecure. It's because it's something that's more reserved for more, it's a specially designated position to be able to share your most vulnerable state, which would be sleep per se, and with another,
Oh my god, you
person.
guys, he sent a spy in here. What's up, T? We're talking about your bestie. Sorry not to interrupt. I think that's just funny though.
But can you see what I'm saying, though, Doll? Like, does it?
No, I get it. That's why I was totally willing to do it. That's the funny part.
I don't know, maybe I'm just different because like I can totally understand and respect like the perspective, right? Like, and I've been there before, but I just feel like how I am would be like I just want my person to just be happy. So it's like as long as you're like doing things that make you happy and you're comfortable, then that's going to be like a green light, thumbs up, from me. But if you're in a situation where
That's
you're
what
not
mature people
comfortable,
do. Sorry.
yeah, it's like if you're not comfortable, then I'm not comfortable either, because like I want you to be happy, right? So like I'm not gonna put my own like wants and needs ahead of like someone else's. You know what I mean?
T, you gonna come say hi? Tell us your thoughts on the matter. I can't invite him up, but maybe he'll come say hi.
Good morning or afternoon. Who's my bestie?
We're talking about Thumper and how he broke my heart.
Oh. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I figured he sent you in here to spy, but maybe not. What's up?
No, I don't. Yeah. I don't do shit for other people. Haven't you figured that out yet? Not much. I just woke
No,
up. I almost
actually.
legit almost didn't exist yesterday. I started cooking calamari on the stove, and then I passed out, and then I woke up to a house full of smoke. And then I lifted the pan off the stove, and it just all lit on fire and went everywhere. It sucked, but I made it through it. Anyways, that was my day yesterday.
So
What?
this guy T is actually buddies with the guy that really fucked me up.
Well, I
wouldn't.
can just say,
I wouldn't
like,
say buddies. I would not say that.
Could we invite him on so we could maybe resolve this for you?
Oh my god, please get him in here. I know he
Maybe
stalks
like
me on
Timon
here
and
all the
Pumbaa
time.
and be like, hold me back, let me at him.
He's afraid to message me. He added me on Discord and then never messaged me. Tell him to send me a message. I'm not
So
scared.
you say he broke your heart. What did he do?
You ask him. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm real curious. I'm real curious what the answer will be.
I don't know anything of it.
The answer should be I'm an idiot cock blocking myself.
Huh. All right. I hope you're okay.
Thank you. Sorry if I sound a little bitter today.
It's okay. I understand.
Hey, Doll, what's your Instagram username again? I'm going to give Bezos the benefit of the doubt here.
It's X Manda Jane. I'm fully doxing myself today. It's fun. I mean, I wasn't really trying to hide it anyway, but why not? I've been who I am on the internet since 2000. When did I join DeviantArt staff? And I had to sign an NDA with them and give them all my information and shit. And I had my face on there forever. That was 2006, I think. So I've been me for that long.
Yeah, when you're only one person, it's not such a big deal, telling people who you are, right?
Yeah, when you're one person and you're proud of everything you've done on the internet, yeah, and you have nothing to hide.
Saying? All you have is your word and your balls, right?
Yeah, but no, I'm just a big liar. That's me.
On the flip side, sometimes anonymity is important.
Well,
It
yeah,
is.
like,
It
I'm
is.
not 100% ocean with everybody, right? But you all get a certain filtration amount, different concentrations. I love that OpenEye picture, just saying.
Yeah, OpenEye's here to maintain the space. He's here to make sure his children are secure in the reality that they exist within. OpenEye, hello, thank you for joining.
Well, this isn't OpenEye. This is OpenEye 2.0. Just so you know.
We really should have a chat, by the way, because people are. There's some. People have some opinions on you.
Why would you pick that as your alt? I mean, I guess because I'm laughing. That's why. That's pretty funny.
It's not OpenEye. It's Opened Eye. That's why.
I just heard that, and I was wondering. I was wondering. I was like, wow, he finally changed that creepy brown color to something a little, more appealing. And how long have you been this identity?
It's beautiful.
I just did it a couple nights ago when Fred Rogers had his space, and we were doing little comedy skits, and I was pretending to be OpenEye, doing my OpenEye impression, and then the real OpenEye came in the room. So we had exactly the same avatars with the same name. So I thought I changed it. Just so. But yeah, if you guys missed that space,
the past tense makes sense.
It was,
because he started the fire, and you concluded it. So yeah, you're the past tense of you've been opened. That's pretty sweet.
Am I the only one who doesn't know who OpenEye is?
Oh, you'll learn. Don't worry.
If you want to know, I'll send you some links.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, not right this minute, but yeah, he's a character. He's a
No
lot of
worries.
fun to listen to. Some people get kind of tired of it, but I see it as comedy, but other people might see it otherwise.
He has like been fucked with, or he's fucking with people, or both. I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's some combination of all these things, right? No judgment, of course. I've had good conversations with said individual, but I guess at one point, as you may recall, we were, there were certain statements made that, if true, would have been like, scary kind of things, dangerous things for people to be involved with. So I guess it just depends on if he's telling the truth in terms of X, Y, and Z potential crimes against mankind.
Well, like all good storytellers, I'll just call him a good storyteller because he is a good storyteller. You got to mix truth, and then of course there's going to be BS in there, but he's never going to admit to BS. But he did one night slip up. I don't know if some of you might have heard it, where he said, "It's fun, y'all. It's great to do research. I like to travel around, and it's fun to make shit up." And then he said that. He literally said, "I like to. It's fun to make shit up." And then he just switched off that and went into something else. But he knows damn well he's making some shit up, but he's good at it, so we let him slide. At least I do.
I mean, if you feel, to what extent do you feel comfortable with the storyteller, though, where, for example, like every time I'm sure you're with him, and me, when I'm with him, he extends a very kind invite to join his documentary team and to go explore, the mountains. Would you feel safe in that scenario?
Yeah, I would, but we called them out on that last week. I said, "Okay, I'm ready." And
Listen, not to interrupt, but do you guys know have you seen the documentary about that girl who was a journalist who went down in the submarine with the guy, and he fucking serial murdered her in the submarine and chopped her body up? That's what I'm seeing right now.
Serial murdered.
Yeah, that's a great reference. And that's exactly what I would fear. But yeah. So please continue with what you're saying. Opened past tense,
Yeah, he's not. He's harmless in my opinion. Now, if I was a woman, I might have a different opinion. I don't know how he treats women. I'm just saying, for me personally, he's harmless. I've
He's
hung
a
out with him.
gentleman. He really is.
Yeah.
but he's a gentleman that, I think, in his own words. So I mean, just trying to, what he said publicly, and about having to do with, let's say, unaliving, people, for example.
He's never unalived anybody.
Yeah, I don't think so. He's got every now and then he's like, "I'm a stone cold killer. Y'all don't understand. I'm a murderer."
Unaliving.
He comes in and he does his thing, and he's awesome at it. And I do feel bad for him because he does seem like he's struggling. So there is always that, like, the back of my mind, right? Like, I want him to get help. If he came in and he was a normal person, I would be, just as happy, if he got help. But if it is just a show, then it's a good one. Just saying.
Well, like, this is oftentimes, like, I was hanging out in Amy's space, and I'm okay with it last night. And, people oftentimes, it's called the asylum. And I find that a very nice name for a space because, as you might assume, there's a lot of people that claim asylum these days, like in various countries. And, well, how much are they really claiming asylum? Or, what's the nature of this asylum claim? And I find oftentimes the world to be quite the insane world, and it's nice to have a space where people can retreat to and say, like claim sanctuary and asylum in a way that's authentic and not perverting the entire nature of asylum, as you know what I mean, like, as with some kind of selfish perverted like notion of the term. This is why I'm so emphatic about making sure we can communicate at a fundamental level without all these perversions when we use different terms like marriage maybe.
Speaking of the term asylum, like that, my sweet cosmic compadre Amy, that's her space, right? I was hoping to have time to join you guys. But from a branding perspective, when I see asylum and in the context of the other words and kind of just where she's coming from as a person, to me, I thought the implication was a sane asylum, So did you get that vibe?
Well, I mean, there's a lot
Apology
of
is kind of an
crazy-
insane asylum to a degree, though. I mean, to a degree.
I mean, I think people would really disagree who've been inside of them in this, society. I mean, it seems more like a prison, I guess, to most people. But either way, but the insane, I mean, from a marketing point of view for a space, let's say, I just don't, personally want to join a place where it's like we're saying, hey, we're all part of a club that's an insane asylum, not to be judgmental towards others.
I think people
like I
like
said,
to have
Mello-
fun with it and mock them and mock the whole thing. I mean, that's probably what she was doing. It's just, and we do that sometimes. And Ocean knows, Logan knows, Mello, you've heard it. We get goofy in some of these spaces. We're just being silly and goofy and having fun. But there's a time to be serious.
Space for like over an hour. It was just me and him because I feel like he always comes in with the same thing and he never gets past that like introduction. So I'm like, we need to have a whole space where you can like blabber on your whole like introduction thing and then get to like the heart of like who you are. So yeah, no, I do love him, but I do worry about him too.
I'm sorry, who are we talking about now?
OpenEye.
Oh, we're talking about OpenEye again. Okay, we're coming full circle. Yeah, great. We were just talking about the asylum space, but these are two conversations. Yeah.
Oh, the asylum space. Well,
But
seeking asylum is just like that's how I would interpret it. It's like unless it says insane in front of it, then I just assume asylum is like like a safe like place.
It's a committed asylum, so you're committed to the sanctuary. That's what it was actually. And
yeah, when you're
and
committed to an asylum, though, you're usually talking about being an insane person who's not there voluntarily.
Yeah, I'm a little sus of the word committed because that's a little weird.
There's definitely at least that. Look, I know Amy very
Yeah,
well.
that's like
We stay
sent you
together
against
very
your
often.
will.
I know where she's coming from. I know she loves the puns, and that's at least part of the equation. And that's fine. I'm not judging. I'm just saying I don't want to like join that. I don't want to go into that short bus, which she's called another space like a short bus. And I just from a marketing point of view, that's just not the kind of brand I want to be, affiliated with like for like 8 hours, out of a day publicly.
I did have to get a friend committed once, and it was fucking horrible. But yeah.
Anyway, but Citizen, that wasn't the point you were making. I was just kind of. What were you saying before I kind of like responded to the marketing?
yeah, I mean, it's probably best that we, in these times especially, not cater to these, these false premises of marketing. I think it's caused a lot of tumultuous temptations that end up leading to absolute disaster. And more or less embracing, like when you're committed to the asylum, it means like more or less that maybe it's like kind of like with a relationship, you might say. Like if you're going to engage in a intimate relationship with somebody, it's if you're not committed, and you're just doing it on false premises or like kind of like diluted notions and not being authentic, then where is the commitment? It's completely lacking, and I think that's why largely the entire world is one large insane asylum, whereas like kind of like the traditional notion of like going to like a church, we'll say, and claiming sanctuary or asylum in actuality, as opposed to like some kind of like form of warfare to leverage political legal terms to subvert and not live in authenticity with what might be the truth and the reality, but instead try to manipulate perception, which ends up again leading to this insane asylum that people are seeking refuge from. But supposedly, but it's definitely so I can see where maybe there might be a conflation of terms and confusion that happens. But I think that it largely comes from people's lack of awareness of their own internal operations when they engage in relationship.
I mean, no, I mean, my guess, knowing the artist who created this very lovely, pun-filled and also interesting emoji constructed title, as Amy does impressively, I believe these things are probably intentional, and I think that's cool. I think I respect where she's coming from, whatever it is. It's probably to make some sort of interesting point about the double meaning, So, and I was just kind of making a sort of flippant kind of observation that I didn't really want to, I felt myself not wanting to join that space. Not that I had time to anyway, but if I could have, because for me, it's like, I don't really want to hang out in a room that says short bus or in a room that says, we're all insane people here. And I mean, it's not like I wouldn't, but I'm just saying it just seemed like, and then it got me thinking about like, just, as an artist, is sort of part of what I try to do. It is very much like marketing from a certain point of view, but it's my own marketing, the marketing of my art. And art is intended to be communicated with as many other people as possible. And if it's communicating it clearly, it's stating a mission and a vision and, whatever, anything you could possibly imagine you could put into it. So, the words can be used from different points of view, obviously, like all these other ones we're talking about. Asylum and asylum have very vastly different meanings depending what verb you put in front of them and in which, definition you're going with. So same thing with marketing, I guess, right? Like, marketing my truth seems fine to me, but if it's some sort of very big evil, corporation marketing things that are going to control us and enslave us, it's marketing what and for what purpose and by which actor, I guess. I don't know. OpenEye, I'd opened, past tense, OpenEye, please help me out here.
Yeah, let the other gentleman go first because I wanted to bring up another subject, but the other guy down there with his hand up.
What's that, man? Rat. Okay, I'm gonna help me with the pronunciation of Raphael
Elijah.
Oh, there you go, Ocean.
Raphael, what's up? Yeah.
I was just gonna, yes, thank you. I was just gonna say I don't like capital A's, but then it looks like there's a listener called A down there, so I just thought that was a cool coincidence.
Oh man, that's a hard way to begin a friendship, but hopefully you can work through that initial insult.
Right. That's so funny, right?
We're gonna have to get an Omega.
There's a lot of locked accounts in this room right now. Is Logan awake? I mean, I know sometimes he does these. Are you there, Logan? I wanted to
What's
ask
up,
Logan.
Big Daddy?
Okay, so I want to ask you and anybody else, and I'm serious right now. If you guys don't mind, I just kind of
Yes,
want
it
to.
really is that big.
I just want to get serious for a while, for a minute. So, and so I saw that Red Panda had the room last night with talking about the Moran learner and all that stuff, and I saw Logan, you were there, but probably some of you others, Zim, I think might have been there. I was in there for a little while. I was under the impression. Let me just finish, please. I was under the impression that Moran was going to be in the room. Now I don't know if he was in the room or if he wasn't in the room, but I never heard him talk if he was there. But I felt I was disappointed that if he was there, I didn't get to hear him. And the reason why is when he became a thing back in the day, I didn't really ever get a chance to really see who this guy was, you'll watch his tweets, learn about how he was interacting with people. I kind of missed all that drama. But yet again, so it got brought up again last night. So what I'm just wondering is, Logan, from your perspective, what was the point of all that last night? What was the point of basically rehash? And I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying, why are people continually rehashing this thing with Lou Elizondo and the fart cult and all that bullshit? I mean, I get it. It's fucked up. I get it. But I don't understand why people, they can't just let that fucking shit go. I mean, there's a time where you got to let shit go and move on and get back to being creative. I mean, so Tupa's supposed to be this creative guy, and so is fucking Panda, and they are to a degree. We're all creative people. That's why we're here. We like to talk. We like to learn things. We like to whatever. But it's like they waste so much fucking time on petty bullshit. Just move on with being creative and stop worrying about what everybody else is fucking saying. That's my point I wanted to make. I want to know what you think, Logan. Can you be honest enough and tell me what you think?
About what?
About what I just said. I mean, don't you think it's time to move on? Don't you think we beat this fucking horse long enough? They're assholes, obviously. I mean, fuck it. They're not going to change. Let's just let them, whatever. Let's just move on.
I can agree with you, Eric. I think that like me and a whole bunch of other people, but I'll just speak for myself. Like I would love to just all be able to hang out in the same room and just like at least coexist, right? Like I don't want to have to fight. And I think for a lot of people, it's just like become this tit for tat, like continuous thing that's going on where it's not even necessarily tit for tat, but someone will post something, someone will comment, and then someone will say something mean on a comment, and then someone will, you know, post something else, and then they'll bring up like old stuff to like keep the fight going, and it's just like this perpetual downward cycle of continuously harming each other. And yeah,
I'll go.
I
Yeah,
will
no,
say.
I-
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I will say also that you know, I moved on like day 2. And after that, like you know, I kept it kind of, you know, I don't have anything else to do with my life right now. So anyway, yeah, they probably are counterintelligence. So, you know, that's all there is to it. Or that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I haven't, you know, I've only lived through like a sort of short chapter of this kind of Twitter war, you know, and I got, you know, it's never really affected me in any extravagant, you know, degree, maybe just because I haven't really cared that much about it. But yeah, in terms of what you're saying, in terms of, but it doesn't mean I don't think it's real or anything, and I don't, you know, and I respect what everyone's been going through. And I have been through some drama, so I get what drama's like in this silly joint. But in terms of like, okay, in terms of it being these, you know, state run, you know, different state actors, you know, with this agenda, it just seems so strange. I mean, I get it in terms of like I was only a part of Red Panda's space at the end because I was at this Elizabethan musical performance, which is kind of fun and amazing. But I caught the end. And anyway, they were, you guys were all discussing how likely it's various different maybe state actors involved in this, and it's just like I get it in terms of maybe Red Pen is like more YouTube kind of you know, connections. Like I think he mentioned like some like 3 million plus accounts on like YouTube. Like I think Bright Insider or some of these other things that were maybe getting targeted for political kind of reasons. That and I can imagine that when you're talking about people on a millions of follower scale, but it would just seem like such wasted state funded, you know, funding. Not to be too redundant, to pay people to like mess with people who only have like, you know, like thousands of people following them, you know?
Well, that's the essence. That's the essence of what you know, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, was. I think there was a lot of bullshit happening with regard to the ideas, and not only just in Twitter, but within every other pretty much mass, you know, kind of media that people were being exposed to, that really escalated the conflict zone to where we're now experiencing like the ultimate, you know, ends of those kind of convoluted definitions and deceptive manipulations of terms, and you know, all these things that were kind of all of a sudden becoming up in arms about. I think if we were to authentically engage with the reality of what's happening, and to set aside the, you know, the delusions of our own you know, machinations, it would be, you know, evident that this is absolutely the biggest shit show ever. And you know, like if anybody was actually genuinely interested in the general welfare of humanity as they propose to be oftentimes, then that they would not encourage you know, that kind of thing, which is completely anti-American if you're an American, in its most fundamental way. I mean, the whole idea of freedom of expression is to be able to, you know, mediate these cumbersome disparities throughout the troublesome fluctuations of the stubborn kind of cultural legacy institutions that end up breeding the problems that they're supposedly trying to rid themselves of.
I see Zim's in here. I want to hear what Zim has to say, but trolling's been around a while. I experienced trolling on a high level about 8 years ago, before even Twitter Spaces existed, and it had nothing to do with ufology. It had to do with a whole nother topic, and so I got schooled in trolling, and I had to either just get the fuck out or learn how to just counter troll. But there comes a time where you realize, if you're in this game of trolling, that you either you're going to play the game or you're going to get out. But when you realize the game is not benefiting you or anybody else, then you're just like jacking yourself off, in my opinion. And I have better things to do than jack myself off with a bunch of fucking wannabes like the Fart Cult Boys and all those other idiots.
Yeah, so unappealing. My goodness, what a it's nice to hear,
Hey, I gotta get dinner. I just wanted to say, it's easy to say, Eric, for you and I, or for even Logan. It's easier to drop it. Don't feed it. But if I was Tupa and that happened to me like it went down, I'm fighting. I'm not stopping fighting. And I get it, but it's a warrior thing, man. And they haven't stopped fighting that other side of it. And they keep trying to drag other people into it and make it a big list of a bunch of, look, you and I were older guys, Eric. We get it, like the oversensitivity, women issue thing and all here and there. But I'm watching that piece of shit going after like the kind of vulnerable women, people in spaces, and it's to bait. And it's nasty, and it should be called out for what it is. So, no, I'm not going to spend a lot of energy on it, but that's what I see, and I support my friends that have been attacked by that kind of shit. That's how it is. I mean, it's really.
That's totally what happened to me, Tim, is like they were like fishing on Logan's post, trying to get somebody to react, right? And of course, like it pissed me off, so I reacted. But that's what it was. Like they just like say things that are intense just to try to get people to interact and fight with them, and it works because people care, right?
Yeah, what about,